Alright, back to it. The Caesar 3 itch has been growing and growing, and I have gone and picked out a bunch of custom maps that I plan on playing through in the coming weeks and or months. Starting off with this, my second and final send-off to my time back in the UK. I've got a British map in Caesar 3. Always like to see games like this have real-world mapping going on. I think it's under the CCK here. Yeah, there we go. So we have got British Isles. I tweaked it a little bit because it had some things in it like random events that would spam, and I wanted to get rid of those. Also a broken invasion point. I went and fixed both of those. So here we have British Isles, Britannia and Hibernia. I don't want to hear Hibernia, makes me think of the Long Dark. That's coming later this week. So what's our goals on this? Well, we've got a northern enormous province. It's apparently besieged. I think the lore is that the Celts know that we're coming, and they've decided to invade, but from Europe? I don't know. Caesar thinks it's very hard. I'm not so convinced. I'm under the impression that this is going to be a rather gentle reintroduction to Caesar 3, which is good because I have not played this game in quite some time. Can I even remember how to build my glorious cities? I don't know. Win conditions are to get high culture, fairly high prosperity, so-so peace, high favor, but perhaps the real struggle will be these 9,000 people. Let's load into the map and see what we have to play around with. You know, this map is larger than I gave it credit for. I think because it's mostly water, it doesn't feel like that. This map looks like a lot of work. It certainly does. Somebody put a lot of love into putting this together. The map maker for Caesar 3 is actually very good, very functional, but it might lack quality of life compared to more modern map makers. Oh, another thing that I tweaked on this map is that there were a lot of native trading huts. I removed them because native trading is absurdly overpowered. And I did not want to just be drowning in money, courtesy of native trading. It can be not overpowered, but only if your trade goods are crappy, and even then it can be exploited to the max. So what's going on here? Well, I just plan on beating the scenario, and as I said, I don't anticipate this being difficult. I usually spend way too long at the start of every Caesar 3 map explaining what I think about the map, and this will probably be no different. As we can see, entry and exit points are right here across the pond over in Europa. All the invasion points have to be from here because there's nowhere else they can be, and we have been told this place is besieged. Although there was apparently an invasion point right here. I deleted it when I was tweaking the map because invasion points on isolated islands like that are just rubbish because you can kill them with no problem whatsoever, so I don't like having such freebies like that. What do we have access to in terms of resources? We have lots of things. We have 3 types of food, so we're not going to be limited on how good our housing can be. One of the types is wheat, which is usually amazing, but in a northern climate like this, wheat is as good as any other farmed food type. It doesn't get produced faster. We have olives for oil, and that's a big money maker right there. We have iron for weapons, another big money maker, and it means that we can locally produce good armies to tackle the Celts that are back for their country. I assume it's Celts and not Britons, because Britons are soft and squishy targets. We have local access to furniture and pottery, which are 2 amazing things to have local access to for your own housing. So basically we have everything except for wine and a 4th food type. Wine is necessary for patricians, a 4th food type is completely superfluous. There's no situation in which you need it, although there are some times where it could be nice to have. Just can't think of any. When I made my Bergen map, says Athelwyn, I was lost at first, but after watching Commissar Marek's tutorial videos and using the map maker, it was rather easy. Yeah, Marek puts together a lot of helpful videos like that for Caesar 3. I swear he's done it for other games as well. So, best not to think too much about the fact that our city is located in Leptis Magna in North Africa. We are, of course, over in Britannia, but that's not the point, is it? It's just set here for the trade setups. So what's important is what we can sell and how much wine we can buy. We can import vines, and we can import even more vines and some wine. So we know for sure that we will be able to have as high level patrician housing as we want because we have access to everything, including 2 types of wine. When it comes to trade, selling weapons to Thamugadi seems like an easy win. I don't think any of the prices have been changed up so far. No, everything looks pretty vanilla there. Not that I know these prices by heart, but they all look correct. In terms of expensive things to sell, Athens will buy furniture and weapons, and Thamagadi will buy weapons and pottery, so that seems like an excellent couple of trade routes to open early on to make good money. Not really going to be keen on selling vegetables, that's a high bulk, low value good to be selling. I could reasonably sell timber, because they want to buy 25 units. I can produce marble for Carthago, so that's good. I better make sure that I'm set on very hard mode. Has been a while. No, that's game speed options, Jake. There we go, very hard mode. Good, good. Is it possible to do a custom trade node? In Vanilla, Caesar 3 and Julius, I believe no, but I think the answer is yes on Augustus, but I don't play Augustus. I believe I have access to every building in the game. Yeah, so I think this is largely a sandbox map. I don't anticipate any real issues unless the invasions are truly gargantuan. What I do know is that we're going to need to connect up to the Isles. Is that the best connection we have? Probably. The natives will get very angry if you build within their... well, the area they consider their own, risks native. But they don't care about bridges and roads, so I guess that's okay. What I need to think about is how we're going to lay everything out in this map, because I think the biggest, and in fact the only real difficulty, unless the aforementioned invasions are incredible, is this population requirement. 9,000 people. It's not that we lack space, but the space is rather awkward. As soon as we get anything north of Leeds, it's elevated land, it's rocks. Scotland is an utter wasteland. I don't know what anyone would be able to fit up here, even if you could squeeze some houses in. Where do the services go? How do you feed them? There might be a lot of farmland, but it's not particularly usable given how tight the area is around here. Rather interesting, but that's how I like my maps. The best difficulty in Caesar 3 in my eyes comes from difficulty of building on the terrain. There can be more to it than just the terrain, but this is a city builder, it is not an RTS. So I often look down on military invasion being the prime source of difficulty. So we have tons and tons of arable land. Is Britain really this arable? God man, England is just almost entirely ploughable. Same could be said for Ireland. Even the north has a fair bit of that. So won't be short on places to make food, and on top of that there are wharf positions galore. The wharves send out the fishing boats to areas which have fish, as noted by the seagulls overhead. So we're not going to be shy on food production. I'm not going to be shy on anything other than building space, so it shouldn't be too tough. Not only that, we have a surprisingly large amount of starting money, and our level... wait, why am I called the weekly one-shot 250? Huh, well, never mind that. Oh, of course, that's the last name I gave myself because I was playing Caesar 3 during that weekly one-shot. We have Praetor, allowing us Praetor salary, so it's trivial to set us down to Quisitor and just take a lot less money. We'll use that to buy off Caesar if needed. He does want 75 favour, which is a fair amount. Wonder about his requests, if indeed he makes any. What I'm doing at this moment is figuring out the basic layout of my city. Usually what I start with is a slum area, just to start off my economy, and then I expand into my first main and permanent built-up settlement that I usually bring up to Small Casa and then Small Insulae. Whether or not it goes beyond that, I don't know, although we have access to furniture. Hibernia is an excellent place for building on. Maybe excellent is overselling it. It's got little lakes getting in the way of things. It's got this elevated land, but compared to most of Britain, Ireland is set to be either a very large housing area or an excellent place for patricians. Something doesn't fit right with me with making the Irish patricians, but I did stop over in Dublin on the way back to Britain, and I gotta say, listening to their voices and seeing their flowing red hair certainly did put me at ease, so maybe I'll throw the Irish a bone by actually building them up with some good patricians. Like I said, they have the best area for it. Scotland is certainly home for slum and little better than that, given the layout here. Everything is in the way. And England's also pretty good for a large housing estate right here. So the question is largely, where do my slums go? I could quite happily throw my slum right here, and it's probably a good choice for it. I could get my economy up and on the go pretty trivially right here. Now I'm certain there's an invasion point here, or this could be just all invasion point. But I reckon if I set up a dock here, I could start out my furniture and my pottery exports. I do want weapon exports as well. Where do the weapons go again? Okay, Athens and Thamagadi both buy them up. So I could make a little expedition somewhere over here to produce the weapons, bring them over here and sell them off, whilst we have a slum area here. And then I'd want to set up my army as well, and then that should give me the stabilization I need to expand into Britannia, build up this area. I'll need to pacify the natives, because again the natives don't want me building on these red areas. The slum of Calais, too true. Oof. Oof. Oh, shouldn't go there. One thing I should absolutely not do is destroy trees such that it becomes an easy invasion for them to just come in here and destroy my slums. I want my slums destroyed as and when I decide, not anybody else. Is that good enough? Yeah, you know, the layout of the trees is pretty favorable for me here. I should be able to destroy a good number of them without letting our foes through. That seems quite agreeable. Okay. This is where if I was a good player like Baron, I would turn the map around to get a better perspective, but I'm very bad at playing Caesar 3 with a rotated map. It just ruins my perspective. Alright, there's no natives living here in Calais, but it's still going to become my slum. Alright, that seems adequate. I wish it were bigger, but I'm going to be thinking about that for a lot of my carries on here in Britain. So one of the reasons I want to build my slum down here is I'm always keen to make my early area next to the road to Rome. Simple reason being that the immigrants arrive from here. It is here, right? Yeah. And the closer they get, the less distance they have to travel to get to initial housing, the better. Because then they are settled and ready and able to work for you all the faster. So what I think I'll be doing is, since I know the dock is going to be here, come around like so. Gotta make sure I don't build on this guy's land, or what he thinks is his land. 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Come out from here by 1, 2. Like I said, not going to be a ton of space, especially given all the industry that I want here, but this should suffice for a little bit of slum and a little bit of building up. Yes. It's been quite some time since I last played Caesar 3, so I am all but certain that there are going to be some simple things that I forget. Plenty of mistakes I'm going to make. But that's alright. Just warming back up into the game. The next map that I have does look rather challenging, but that's good. Challenge is good. Gotta make sure we have a doctor down, not making that mistake. Oh god, what was that? Wolves! Yes, this was even on the page for the game. There are a lot of wolves. All the more reason to set up my Calais slum rather than going straight into Britain, because wolves eat you alive. You can block them out, but I prefer not to do that. Also, speaking of things I prefer to do, let us set our wages slightly above Rome and set our taxes to 0 to make ourselves very attractive to immigration. So as long as we have a little doctor going on, some housing, I'll be able to get my industry set up quite quickly. Question is, which industry is the most important to do quickly? We can get a lot of furniture chugged out, so I reckon 3 timber yards and 6 furniture depots, and we'll be able to have good industry. I'll start off with 2 of you. They'll start making the wood. Now that furniture has to go out by Athens. I would also quite like to set up my military while I'm here, so if I can slam down a barracks some way, somehow, while I'm at it, then that's all the better. Could actually use this area as an extremely temporary slum area. In thinking about it, pottery only goes out by land, doesn't it? Although it's a very small amount of pottery. Still could be done, though. Could set this up for pottery and military. Wouldn't be unthinkable.
There's malnutrition everywhere, yet no food to treat it.
Yeah, there's going to be no food for quite some time, my friend. Has there been much Caesar 3 I've missed recently? No, I haven't touched Caesar 3 in something like a year? A year or thereabouts? Not that I've fallen out of love with Caesar 3, but Caesar 3 is an itch. The itch develops, I scratch it until it is raw and bleeding, and then I need to wait for it to scab over before I start picking at the scab. Or else I'm just going to end up with a truly ruined rash. Right, so we've already got the wood sitting out there waiting to be processed, so process it we shall. Yeah, I'll get 3 of you down, maybe make that 4 of you down. And I'm going to need another timber yard set up, donk. And with 2 more of these guys, that'll be plenty. I will also, of course, need a warehouse. I don't really want the warehouse there, though. I want it as close to the dock as possible. So there you go. The only thing I want you to take is furniture. Although at some point I will want you getting weapons, but that'll be when I actually set up some weapon production over there, most likely. Want to set up 2 more furniture places. Was given a reasonable amount of denarii, actually quite a lot. Usually when people give me Caesar 3 maps, they give me the most absurdly low amount of starting money, which you might think, you know, I'm open to the challenge. But sometimes you just want to actually start building up a city. You don't want to sit in slum mode for several years, sucking your thumb. Now, some amazing players can immediately set up a profitable city with no real issues, and I admire those players greatly, but it's not something I can do without a ton of planning. And when I live stream build my cities, there is anything but planning going on. I played Zeus, Master of the Olympus, a lot as a kid. Such fond memories, said Cube. I played a little bit of it, but for me it's all about Caesar. I love the Roman theming that goes on in Caesar. Alright, we can build up our final 2 furniture processors. 1 here and 1 here. That's just outside of the range of this guy. Glad I didn't put the warehouse there then, because that guy would have gone ballistic. Once I have some furniture here, we'll start selling it. You might notice that I have not put down any temples. I have actually come around on playing with god effects off. Yes, that means you can skimp on temples, but it also means you're not going to be getting the god's blessings, which are extremely powerful, especially Neptune. I found myself a little tired of constantly winning thanks to Neptune's bounty, and so eventually decided just to strip that away altogether. Excuse me, do we have incoming attacks already or not? No, so I think I'm pretty free to start up pottery. Even though it's not a lot of pottery, it's still some. And that's nice and simple to do. All I need to do is thunk down clay pit, and then pottery 1, 2, 3, 4. Thinking about it, I probably could link these together with no real issue. I don't see a good reason not to. So I shall. Like I said, this is all temporary. It will go away someday. Meaning that it's fine for you to accept the pottery as well. It's not that far for people to go. And I'll throw down a touch more slum housing around here. It's no big deal if they don't get access to the doctors. Good to know that this is a place that people can travel through. Meaning that I can just get rid of these trees with no great trouble. Let's also make sure that this stuff doesn't explode on me, so... Engineer, down you go.
If I don't get some food soon, I'm leaving this city.
I think it's going to be food free for some time. Right, we've got our first sniff of furniture in here. That means I need to set up a dock, let the dock get workers, and then open up our trade route. Don't worry about that fanfare, it's just telling me employees needed. We needed a staggering 3 of them, and now we're good on perfect employment. Constantly babysitting Neptune. Yeah, Neptune could also be exploited by yo-yoing his opinion with you to constantly get his blessing. And his blessing is huge. Double money earned for the rest of the year. But it's also chaotic, because if he gives you that in December, you get 1 month of double money. If he gives you it in January, you get 1 year of double money. It's incredible. Oh, the grand strategy itch is there. The problem is there's nothing good to scratch it with. There are no good forks in the drawer, so to speak. And I need to reach down into that cast. Right, in comes the clay, slowly being turned into pottery. If I wanted to jumpstart this industry, what I would do is set up more clay pit. Which I will. I'll destroy those extra 2 clay pits later on. But I will eventually move all of the industry over here. It's far too dangerous to keep all of my industry right here. I would really like to have some army stuff going, though. I don't want to destroy all of this because I rather like it blocking the way into my slum area. That doesn't change the fact that I need some forts. I gotta kill those wolves that are in my way. So what'll I do? I'll put a fort here and a fort here. That seems like a good idea. And I do like good ideas. Start with a fort here. Just simple javelins so that I can hurl pointy sticks at the wolves, and that'll allow me to expand into Britannia. Look at these wolves. And judging by how I draw the lines here, they might not have explicit access here, but maybe they do. Yeah, they do. We've got wolves here and they can run all the way down here, so it's important to have at least a little bit of an army before I expand into there. Right, we have quite a bit of furniture, so we will open up trade with Athens, and we'll immediately tell our trade advisor to shift that furniture, every last drop of it. While we're at it, I won't open up pottery sales just yet. I'll wait until we have some pottery lying around here. But the ships, where do they come from? Wouldn't make a lot of sense if they came from way up in the North Sea. Ah, here we go.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Looks like they're coming over from Britannia. I was wondering, I've not seen you play any racing games as a weekly one-shot or punishment. Are there any you can remember or recommend to watch? Racing games, huh? Did a long play of Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, but you're right, it's not a common genre for me to be playing. Alright, all looks well so far. We're building up our tiny little army of javelin throwers, and it's time to get the IKEA sold away. There we go, and because this is so close to the warehouse, they're just instantly getting it sold. And the money is instantly going to be invested into Thamagadi. Thamagadi, please buy my pottery. When I expand into Britain, it'll be weapons for days, and that will pretty much round out my economy. Now, I could sell timber to Syracuse, and I am a little tempted. It is free money, almost. How many timber yards do they want, though? 1, 2, 3, I think. Shouldn't have destroyed the ones I had here. Could destroy some tents and turn them into timber yards, and that's exactly what I'll do. I didn't need those people. Get out of here.
I've been thrown out of my home!
They're not worth the paper I lined their filthy cages in. Let them run. Once one of these is full, I'm going to set up a second fort. I won't militarily... I won't academy train the units. They should be fine taking out wolves without academy training. One hopes. They're just wolves after all.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods? I love coming here. Business is going very well.
So our trade partners are rather happy picking up our hastily made clay pots. And our IKEA is selling very well as well.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Alright, all is well. And this is good. This is about as much as I like to slum up. This should give us everything that we need to expand into Britannia once we have the pointy sticks to do so. I should make sure also that you are accepting timber. I don't normally like to throw lots of different goods into one warehouse, but this should be fine. Plus, if I want to diversify, I could set up a second warehouse here, but I like having my warehouse very close to the docks. It means that the cart pushers that work at the docks have to go almost no distance to pick up the goods to throw into here.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
Barely any trucking. I don't like overdoing trucking. I like to pick it up when there's a new expansion and then truck through that area. But it's a game that's very easy to get overtired of playing again and again. It's also a game I've played quite some time. Alright, there we go. Unemployment is healthily high, but because I barely tax my people, or rather I don't tax them at all, they're happy to be here, just grabbing what they can from this dwindling forest to subside on. And once Aftish Finest is up to 12, I set up my second fort. Yeah, just javelins. We don't have access to weapons for legionnaires. And then we invade Britain. Although at the back of my mind is exactly how do I set up my prime housing block. This is a fair amount of space, and I have a lot of feeding options. You see, this is an excellent place for fishing. And fish is very space and labor efficient for producing food, so I might just feed them off of fish and not use this farmland for making food whatsoever. And that should allow me to use Hibernia for Patricians. In fact, that would be a very... oh my, I could make a very large Patrician block on Hibernia. Super advanced Irish. And I might make a little slum town in Northern Ireland just to rub it in. Is there a goal? Yeah, except for having fun with this. I need to beat the goals that you see over in the far right here. But I don't think the goals will be particularly tough to do, although I'm gonna be eating crow if the level does end up kicking my butt. But there's no imminent invasion going on, so I struggle to see how any of this could be a problem. Let's open up the Syracusae and make sure that they buy our wood. Gotta be careful there, because there's a set for importing wood. I absolutely don't want to do it. I put a post on the Caesar 3 forums, which have been around since the 90s, asking for some recommendation on fun and challenging maps to play in this game, and this is one of the ones that got listed, alongside Wolf Alley and some Carthage level, I think. I don't know, I didn't get many responses on it, but I've been through trying to pick out some levels to play because I want to do more. And there's only so many times you can play the main campaign on this game before you've seen it and done it all. Alright, very good. In come some more Javelineers. If these trade guys will get out of my way. Don't worry about blocking the road to Rome. The grounds here on a fort can be walked over. Not pathed over, but walked over. It won't block anything. However, the built-up crenulations here are indestructible. With a little asterisk. They can be destroyed in certain cases, but may as well be seen as indestructible. I think an earthquake could destroy it, and an invading enemy that hits it as soon as they come in can destroy this, but otherwise it's fine. So, the so-called Aftish's finest. There are a bunch of wolves over there. I need you to kill those wolves. On you go. If these wolves come in and kill everybody here, that's going to severely hamper my everything, because I don't have any prefects to kill the wolves with either. Look, the wolves are right there. Start throwing. Oh, okay, no, you don't want to. Wow, those wolves really don't want anything to do with us. Fortunately, our throwing arms can get us right over the forest. So something I didn't know until relatively recently, bearing in mind I've been playing this game since it came out, in fact since its demo disc came out and came free in a PC gaming magazine that I got back in very long time ago. wolves respawn. If you don't kill the entire pack, they will respawn, and they respawn quicker than you might imagine. Certainly quicker than I might imagine. Still, that entire pack is dead. The question is, where are the others? I'm under the impression that there's talks of reintroducing wolves into Britain in the current day. I don't really have a dog in that fight. I feel like there'd be more downsides than upsides. Yeah, even the Ura got... I just went through all the custom voices and went, well, you've been pretty fun, but let's move on. Although it means I'm not going to get those messages saying, why do your units speak Russian? Dr. Aftish did a great job on his voiceovers for these guys. Right, so the wolves are over there. And they're about to be very dead. These primitive controls. As I say and say often, Caesar 3 is not an RTS. Best not to approach it as one. They don't seem very keen on coming and getting me. I don't think they can path to me. No, they cannot. Well, all the more reason to use ranged units for this. There we go, poor bugger. And are there any more wolves? Are there wolves in Hibernia? Some nasty map makers hide wolves within forests so that when you clear the forests you suddenly see them. But I think that's it. Only 2 batches of them? The text for this map made me think that Scotland was infested with wolves. And from what I've seen so far, I don't think this is the kind of map maker that's going to be hiding them that way. Anyway, the money is good, the economy is quite good. Away goes all the wood, away goes all the IKEA. And all is well. Now, trade quotas are annual.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
So Syracuse is selling all buying up all 25 of its lumber, and Athens actually exceeding their quota up to 27 furniture for the past year. All very good. That's the nice thing about boats, is they can actually exceed their quotas because they send out, if they want one of something, they'll send out 3 cart pushers to get it, so they can potentially get more. I think if you time it really well with multiple docks, you can sell a whole lot more than intended. But, yeah, I don't play this game for exploits, why would I? Time to start clearing Britannia and thinking about how we're going to build on this land. This land that these puny natives consider their own. Well, I don't share their considerations. I don't want to clear all the woods, because I may need to use some of it for producing furniture. Like I said, the slum of Calais I do intend to completely annihilate at some point. It's going to be hard to fish for mergers because this place is so fertile. What I've done in the game is I've added these little pink pixels on certain bits of land so I can tell where a merger point is not. Here, for example, there's a little pink pixel right at the top, right at the edge of my shovel there. Probably can't see that, but I can. And that indicates that this is not a merger point. I've talked at length about merger points before, and I finally got a good solution for them. Unfortunately, when there's fertile land, it blocks my view of it. But that shouldn't be a big deal. If anything, I should just approach it as a reason to build up Grand Insulae. There's little reason that I cannot have Grand Insulae, because for whatever reason, the climate in Britain is perfect for olives. So I can locally produce olives for oil, wood for furniture, clay for pottery. That's everything one needs for Grand Insulae, as long as I'm willing to give them 2 food types. I'm not super willing to give them farmed goods, but I absolutely could build up a lot of Grand Insulae here if I felt like it. I can tax them, right? Oh man, I could make a really nice city here. If it's not an RTS, why does it have the same stock sound effect for German drill sergeant as Red Alert? This ain't your Red Alert, boy. Right, I think what I want to do is get my weapons sold as well. Not a lot of them to sell. Well, actually, I tell a lie. 40 units per year to sell. That is a lot. One could even say it's too much. Wouldn't happen to be another space for a dock around here, would there? If I have multiple docks, I like them to be in the same location, so I can dock and dock here. And the ship entry point is there, so it's not a terrible idea. One could even consider it a good idea. Dock and dock, huh? I didn't want to use this as an industrial area, and I won't need to sell furniture, pottery later on, because I'm certain through taxation I'll have more than enough money. But yeah, I think I'll be moving my industry over here then, what little of it there will still be. That allows for some imports over here, but Hibernia is going to have to drag it over. Well, this is my favourite kind of challenge to have in Caesar 3, is thinking about how you actually build your city, not fending off giant attacks. But for now, I absolutely do want to get going on iron mining. And if we have 40 to sell off, what's the number there? I think it's 5 sets of these. That's rather a lot to produce, though. Might consider this not ideal, but that's nay really my problem. Some of them are sold by, well, most of them are actually sold by land, so that's okay. So I'm just going to come over here. Alright, alright. Since I doubt I'll be using this for much setup, what I can actually quite happily do is... should have reversed this actually, should have done the mining out here, that's okay. Almost a little fitting, I think there are tin mines down in Cornwall. I don't like that coming out that way. What I could do is something like, but not necessarily this. Don't need a lot of people living here, but I'll need some people living here. Still slumming it up for you, I'm afraid. Want an engineer post right at the end, but which end? I don't know, maybe this end. Da-da-da-da-da, that seems okay. And all I want you collecting are weapons. And since you're not doing much of anything else, I actually want you to get the weapons. That could be a problem. There's a lot of different goods going into one warehouse, not normally an ideal situation. Not normal enough for me to want to actually have you take the pottery, and you no longer take the pottery. Too many goods in one warehouse can be a problem because there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiles, and each tile can only hold a unique good. You can't mix furniture and pottery on one tile. Each tile holds between 0 and 4 of one good.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Finally, proper road development for Cornwall. I have not been down to Cornwall since I was a wee baby. Can't really imagine a reason to go back. Although when I was in Britain, I landed in Leeds, I went over to Shipley, I went up to Middlesbrough, explored around Middlesbrough, it wasn't just the city of Middlesbrough, and then up through Edinburgh, changed it to Aberdeen, went up to Moray, came back down to Edinburgh, and then came back to Hungary. So of course I didn't touch Cornwall or Wales. On my way in I had to dip over in Dublin, which is rather nice. I've never been to a friendlier airport, and by now I've been to quite a lot of airports. Ooh, I'm a little low on people. Lower than I thought. Well, that's okay, I'm going to be having tons of people once this gets built up. Since you don't have much to do either, why don't you also get some weapons? It was a really nice addition in Julius to be able to hit this button and set all of these to not accepting. In vanilla, you truly just have to click on each and every one of them, and I think that's one of the things that turns around one of the longest time Caesar 3 Masters Bruegel over to Julius. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll have it at 5, but then when the iron starts backing up, I'll move it up to 10. And that'll be good for my weapon exports. Although while we're also at it, who buys my marble? Carthago does not buy a lot of my marble, but they will buy some. Definitely going to start feeling the lack of employees here soon. Well, already I'm short a fair few of them. Okay, that being as it is, don't you get those weapons, you get the marble. A little bit of a messy setup here, truthfully, but I wasn't thinking through what I built here, I'm just building very ad hoc. A little unhappy at having more slum town over here, but employees are needed, as I say. I usually play with massive amounts of unemployment, because unemployment is good, unemployment is flexible. You can always put those idle hands to work, but if you don't have idle hands to play with to begin with, what's the devil even going to do? Are the two shacks there supposed to be London? When the map was made, this is actually a native trading hut, but I removed all the trading huts, because they are too overpowered to use. Really need to put my mind as to how this becomes a large Roman city. Not an easy thought, but shouldn't be a difficult thought, really. What I can do is I can have something of a farming area. Leave it with space to expand, because I do think I want to make Grand Insulae here. There's very little reason not to. And if I just make a fairly large stock building area here, it shouldn't be too hard to work with. I haven't built up a good city in Caesar 3 in so long. Do I even remember how? Maybe. Hopefully. The money is going to good places, though. Well, if I've got plenty of money, I'd better get started on this real soon, huh? I'm going to build my shipyard down in the slums of Calais. Not just because it brings me joy to keep calling it the slums of Calais, but because a shipyard is another fairly temporary building. I've not left myself with a great opportunity for this. There are several places I could put it. What I'll do is I'll slam you down here. I shall migrate my clay pit over here. Extend this road out slightly. Should be able to easily still get labor, and that'll build up all of the ships that I need for the wharves over here, of which there will be plenty. What am I thinking? Wharf, 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 wharf. Alright, the further you are from the fishing point, the less efficient they are, but fishing in general is very good. Certainly a lot better than northern farming. So it's going to be a big farming loop area, into a granary, into a housing area. But there's good opportunity to expand to have even more houses. Like along here could have some nice overlooking Grand Insulae. I am unaware of a worn option, Agnes. Sounds a little juvenile. Timeouts are your warning. There we go, there's no fishing like overfishing. There's a reasonable argument for keeping this area for a wee bridge. How good would that be if I wanted this to loop around to here, though? Alternatively, what could it be used for? There's a single wharf area here. There's a single very good wharf, equal to the flexibility of keeping one bridge here. I don't know, but let's not make that call just yet. There's no need to. What I do need to do is set this up such that we get the goodies like so. And then I need to think about using this area for farming. In time, I will most likely want to set this up for vegetables so that I can have Grand Insulae with impunity. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So where you are right now, we can bring straight down. That's pretty good. I wonder if this granary is going to be too far away for these fisheries. These guys are going to be very efficient, and getting the food over to there, I think, might work against them. When it comes to hauling food, it's better to make the market ladies do extra work rather than the fishermen. So what I can do... is probably set you down here-ish. I think 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Close but no cigar. I think I can have you here though. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Perhaps not an orthodox layout. This is where our fishies are going to go. Hopefully not too far for the fishing guys. These guys will be extremely efficient, so I might be causing issues, I might not, it's hard to say. I'm going to want another granary over here. In time, it will likely accept vegetables. For now, I'm happy for it to accept extra fish. And there we go. This will be the farming area. I'll be happy enough if this place actually has labor rather than, or housing rather than farms. But these farms are very inefficient due to, let me think, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. That's okay though. I'm wondering if I want housing here or not. Probably do, otherwise I'm never going to be able to get... I'm never going to be able to get access to labor. I don't need to have it all access to housing though, do I? I just kept it fairly basic like that. Ignore what you guys feel. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I can have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay, okay. It's been so long since I built housing loops in this, especially fairly orthodox housing loops. Feels kind of weird in a way. I got more space around here than I thought. This is rather nice. So hopefully these guys are able to get access to glorious labor right here. Gotta be a little bit careful. Again, these guys will go bananas on me if they think that I'm building on their precious Bretonian land. I'll get something like this built up for now. Start keeping our fish at the ready and then building these guys probably all the way up to Grand Insulae. I have very little reason not to. Is it in Julius Mod that you can get a global labor pool? Ooh, is it? Good question. Now hang on, let me save. This is DDRJ Great Britain. I don't think it is Julius. I think it's only Augustus. Nope. Absolutely not. Augustus only.
Could you spare a little bread? I haven't eaten for so long.
Yeah, I don't think my people have eaten in years, but that's not my problem. Yeah, I'm still a little saddened that Twitch killed hosting. Right, I think it's time for more weapon economy. A 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5. Now we have tons of weapons coming in. Big industrial area, but I still see it as temporary. I will probably burn it all down in due time. Almost certain. Speaking of burning down, probably going to want to restructure around here to have a better army set up. Although one question is, do I even want an army over here? Maybe I want to have everything over on Britannia to make it feel more like our land and all that. How useless is Pictland? Part of the map extremely useless. I want this to end up being a really nice map, so I will most likely do something up there. Oh, I made a critical error. I didn't actually set up any engineers around here. Let us change that. Not by putting you there, but by putting you here. You should be able to take care of everything on your own. Similarly, I'll put a doctor here. And I'll keep this little space for a barber down the line. We don't need prefects at all. I mean, they could be a last line of defense, but I don't intend on having crime. And there is no fire risk. It's too damp and moist up in Britain. I would know I was just there. I don't think I ever opened up Carthago. Here you go. Carthago, I want you to buy my marble, but not all of my marble. I need some of that for making oracles down the line. And you're bringing the marble over. Good. Marble is rather slow to produce. Produces at half the rate of normal industries. Or rather, normal raw production. Are there raids on this map? Yes. I was not here for the start. Doesn't seem like they're coming in just yet, but yes, there are raids. And the only place they can possibly attack is from here in Calais, so I need to uproot my slums soon enough. Well now. Maybe I should just build all of this up, although I need to be very careful, again, not to build on lands that these natives consider their own. I can, fortunately, build all the way out there, not that far, mind. Like so, and like so. Need to do something about these guys. A simple mission post will handle everything that needs to be handled right here. There we go. This guy will have this covered. And just like that, I can already build on this land. This should give me so much labor that I can do away with most of my slum down here. It's certainly not doing my prosperity any great favors. And as rapido as they can, the shipyard is building up all the ships for my docks. They seem to be running at full efficiency currently. We'll see what changes when I build up a vegetable farming operation. And they're all getting employees, which is also very good. Alright, all seems to be going relatively well. Nice to see all the people pouring in as well. Haven't really thought about services here. Grand Insulae need a lot of services. But I don't consider that as going to be a big problem. Why would it be? Wait, something ain't right.
Unemployment is so high, my wife's even stopped nagging me to get a better job.
I thought that was a native trader and I worried because I don't want native traders here. Like I said, they're too powerful. Alright, all is well. Caesar 3 never gets old, says Curie. It certainly doesn't get old for me. A little worried about not setting up much of an army. When I tear down a lot of this, things will improve on that front. All in due time, though. Could actually move quite a bit of that down here. For example, I could migrate my barracks over to here. Cornwall could in general be our military industry complex, and I'm not opposed to that. If I move my barracks over to here, I can move my military academy over to here. They'll all be fine as fine can be. They'll have easy access to the weapons for training up the legions that I need. And then the question is, where do I put the legions? Do I actually want to have all of my army over on the mainland and have Calais untouched? I think I do. I don't want to use this as building land in the end game of my beloved city. So... This does mean that this is going to be a largely unbuildable area, though. But I think it's more important to have a beautiful city. than to worry about such frivolities. So the problem with putting down forts here is if we look over at desirability, boom, all of this is a horrendous pit of undesirability. No citizens want to live here. And that's going to be a similar problem if I move them even a little closer. If I wanted to have it here, I think the range is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it'll just barely not be undesirable to them. But yeah, people don't like living next to forts, probably because it's dangerous. Pretty good that this game had a desirability system back in the day, but even on top of that, the fact that it gives you a fairly good indicator of it. Everything is undesirable because I haven't built anything that people want to live near or by or anything relating to. But that all changes now. I think I can get these guys a single aqueduct. That should get all of my needs seen to. Again, gotta be very careful not to build where this guy thinks he's the hot potato. I might just preempt any potential problems, because if you mess up, you mess up big time. The natives, if you build on their land, all the natives suddenly go utterly bananas and burn down as much of your city as they can get their savage little hands on. And it's quite brutal, so I don't want to be having any of that. I had actually considered picking up this map in my own time and just making a beautiful laid-back map, but I always enjoy playing this game on stream. Right, now I need to put a little bit of thought into one of my less favourite things to do, which is hunting for mergers. Although once we get to Grand Insulae status, it's going to be largely irrelevant. Still going to be a pain in the bum to do, but do it I shall. So I alluded to mergers earlier. It's just generally a lot better for your houses to merge from these little 1x1s into 2x2s. Better for prosperity, better for consumption of goods, although not food, and better for control. So I'm going to be chucking a lot of people out of their houses.
I've got nowhere to live!
It's going to make it a lot easier to... Oh, hello! I was wondering when Caesar was actually going to contact me and ask me how things are going. Caesar wants a load of meat. And fortunately for me, I can very, very trivially set that up. I'm just going to grab any excess meat over there, and then send it over to Toga Boy. Alright, people are in the way. That's alright though. So what I can do is just set you down here and here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, here and here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, here and here. And that's going to water all these people, and potentially bring them up to large tents. And now... I think 2 marketplaces is going to serve all of these people. If they don't have to go far for their food, 2 marketplaces could be sufficient. So let's try and see if we can go over there. On top of that, let us praise a god. I'll have it be Neptune. Let's set Neptune down over there because it's an undesirable area. On top of that, people need education. I'd love to be able to get all these people with just 1 school. I'm going to see how far these school kids can run from here. On top of that, what do they need? Boy, it's been so long, I'm raking my head trying to think what exactly do people need as services again? They get food, they get religion, they get education, they need entertainment, they need a theatre at least. And they will need more than just a theatre, but that'll do for now. I wish Anno 1602 got the same treatment as RTTR. There's some project on GitHub, but it's slow go. Oh, you mean like fan-made, bringing things up to date and amazing to play? The school kids do not go far enough. I will need another school. Oh, that's alright. They're going to be needed eventually, so as long as the school kids get over here, then all is well. It's not a given, though. Ah, but they do. Excellent. Good, good, good. As long as the school kids don't suddenly change the direction they go, all will be well. And since we are pretty much drowning in money, we can set up large, expensive statues. An excellent way to improve difficulty on your map without being really annoying is disable statues. Statues are very powerful for putting out lots and lots of desirability. As you can see, this previously horrifically undesirable area has now become very desirable, courtesy of these large statues. They have amazing range, and they only cost money. Alright, good job. Oh no, don't import meat. Since when did Caesar ask me for timber? I must have missed that one. That's okay though, we can just say stockpile the timber, and then Caesar will get that no problem. I'm also going to send Caesar a lovely wee gift. I'll give him some slaves. Now he's only slightly displeased with me. And I don't want you taking that meat anymore. That was just there as a temporary stockpile. The market ladies will slowly but surely spread the food to these people. It'll take a bit of time because a house stockpiles as much food as their people need. So all 28 people here are grabbing as much fish as they can. All 166 fish over here in this small castle. A little worried that religion has not reached you yet. What is this guy doing?
Greetings. I'm new to this place.
Unemployment is worryingly high here.
Unemployment is not a worry. Don't you talk to me about that. So as long as this gets to casa level, we're going to have more than enough. More than enough what, Jake? Well, just more than enough. We can leave it at that. As for you, I wish for you to get furniture and pottery. That way our market lady is going to have access to both of those goods. Getting a little stocked up on wood here, which is a slight problem. Only slight. I think I can still build there and be okay. Caesar's asking for large amounts of easy-to-make goods, which I never recommend having, but hey-ho. This native, he's happy to be left alone, but you just see the encroaching walls of Roman industry approaching. Probably not too happy with that. I don't like just flat plazaing it. It'll certainly make my life easier. There we go. That is Britain as I know it. I played a little bit of Caesar 4. It's not very good. Caesar had a very... it wasn't a graceful transition to the third dimension. I need to make sure I'm not selling all of my weapons. I need those for my my units now. Still no sign of attacks incoming? That's surprising. And if so, a little bad, because I want to kill off some of these javelin guys so that when I get them back next time they're academy trained. I guess that's neither here nor there. So, lovely looking casa. I'm all but certain I'm going to want another marketplace for these people, so there you go. Given this is already 2,000 people, I actually think I'll be able to steamroll the population requirement despite the difficulties of building in parts of Britain. Still have plenty of places to use here, although this has become a lot less usable thanks to my military setup. I want to have a nice big gate with towers over here as well, so I think I'll figure out something. Once I get this built up to Grand Insulae, which I do intend to do pretty much as quickly as I can. If I want to do it as quickly as I can, maybe I should get to work on that, huh? He's thinking, he's thinking... He's still thinking. I need some olives for oil production. Rather interestingly, it could be done down here. An awkward place to say the least for it, but I can work with awkward. I've done a lot of awkward builds in Caesar 3 by now. I can do a little something like this. And because we have massive unemployment, it's a triviality to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Slam down a warehouse here, bring this out like so, move that, and you now accept only oil. I like these little things. Feels like scratching an itch in your brain to try and figure out all of these little things. So I needed oil. Where will it go? It goes here. How can I put in the industry and put things in? Where do they go? Feels good. Good kind of brain itching. And that means you're also going to go and get that oil. And then these guys are going to have all of the goods that they need, although that does not mean they're going to have all of the services that they need. For example, they're going to want bathhouses, another kind of education. Well, I can take care of that straight away. Should be putting them on the outer part since that's less desirable. Let me think. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But this is a nice 3-part for an amphitheater, so I don't think I want to put it there. What I'll instead do is tear down you. 3, and then slam you down there. The bathhouse needs to go on this side, but that's easy to do as well. And there's absolutely no point in making people live in lovely places if you don't tax their tears. So, if I want a tax house, I want it right here. Don't like leaving this 1x1 space, but I can live with that. Taxmen are a little difficult because they only sign houses up for taxes for about 2 months or so, whereas most people give services for many months.
There are ever so many people looking for work here.
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
Good to see you, Baron Von Owen. He says, "Good morning, Jake. I'm just popping in to say hi and welcome back Caesar to the channel with his picture of Caesar." Where did you get that picture of Caesar, by the way? I don't recognize him from the game, but he almost certainly does come from the game. Alright, I am a little trepidatious about putting down a gladiator school, and I think you know why. So what will I do about that? I could put a corner coliseum on. I'm always a big fan of doing that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I think I shall. Because people love to put in gladiator revolts onto their maps. I don't know if this one has it. I could have checked. I'll put a wee Colosseum right there then. Colosseum's not going to do much without something to do there. So I will slam down an amphitheater with no gladiators, and I'll put in a lion house somewhere around here. That should prove sufficient. And then these guys should get all the entertainment that they need. And then, is that enough to get them up to Grand Insulae? Not if I don't give them more food types. So, somewhat regrettably, I'm going to have to switch something out here. I think you're going to be wheat. In fact, I'm just going to delete it so that I completely empty you out of fish. It's not like I'm short on fish right now. Wheat is more desirable as a foodstuff than anything else, even if you're in northern lands. Market ladies pick up more wheat than anything else. Is that going to be enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's 8 times 160? Have you forgotten my request? Do I have enough lumber for you? Oh boy, I have overstocked on lumber. That's probably bad for my exports. Look at that. Haven't been exporting furniture thanks to that. Nice that Caesar gives you reminders before he just starts kicking your butt about it. Oh boy. There they go. It's a screen capture from when he throws a fit about minus 5k. Oh boy. 1280. Alright, alright. I don't think this is going to be enough wheat to feed all these people. So when in doubt, have slightly more. I would quite like to put one down here as well, but we'll see how we do. And these guys are going to need a barber, but I left a perfect little place for a barber right there. Of course, now I'm going to start thinking some unpleasant thoughts about purging. How far is this anyway? It's 19. Oh, I made the interior here one shy, didn't I? Okay, okay. Just get rid of those then. This is fine. And now I can start tearing apart my slums, because Jake actually doesn't like having slums. You might think he adores the slums, given how much he has them in all of his runs, but let's start picking off at least the 1x1s in the slums. I'll be coming back for the rest later. This is typically how I do my cities. Now, some people do their cities completely without slums, and I do envy the skills that they have to do that. But evidently I do not. There we go. It thrashes unemployment a fair bit, and I can yet thrash it more later. Once the barber does his rounds, we'll probably start seeing some evolutions into larger insulae. 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, all of these should be fine. I can let them be. Although I will really want that wheat coming in. It's a little tempting to remove this warehouse and move it elsewhere. Yeah, maybe more than a little tempting. But is there such a place that doesn't cause too much problem? This guy doesn't hate me, and you're kind of out of the way, and I do want more wheat. So I think what I'm going to do is this. So the warehouse is going to move over here. A little unfortunate that it's far away from the trade ladies, but that should be okay. I've got 3 of them after all. The main thing I'm after is more wheat. Does Baron play without slums? I'd leave Baron to answer that question. It's not my place to speak of other people's cities. Well, I can speak about them positively, right?
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
Maybe I should feel bad about making London such a nice-looking place off the bat. Oh, we're still waiting on the oil. Where in the world's the oil? It's here, but aren't you meant to be getting oil? I think they're taking a little too long to do that. Because this guy's got to come over here to get the pottery and the furniture, which I think I'm selling too many of. Oh yeah, I'm getting rid of way too many of them. So exports over 16 for lumber, exports over 16 for pottery, marble is fine, timber is fine, weapons are still fine. Yeah, set up another fort, I think. I don't trust this map on its invasions. I don't have any good reason to. Should I set up another fort here? Yeah, go on. My military complex is ready. That does make this land extremely undesirable, but that's okay. The range drops dead before it actually hits the housing area. There we go, there's the oil, and the market leaders are all... Oh! Well now, they're already on their way. Should I be worried about these guys? I don't know. Legionnaires get in here on the double. I'm actually going to send my my Javelineers to the front lines, despite being ranged units, because I want some of them to die. Now you might think, Jake, that's barbaric. Why would you want them to die? Well, if some of them die, then the replacements will become academy trained. And that means that the whole unit becomes academy trained. Saves me deleting and rebuilding all of the units. Alright, that was pretty cruel for the... Okay, good, some of them did die. A few javelins here and there. The replacements will academy train the whole lot of them. Yeah, very cruel for the first invasion to be a surprise invasion. Lulls the mapmaker into a false sense of security and then hits them with a gotcha moment. I don't usually think positively on that for maps, but was hardly a big deal, and we had tons of time to prepare for that attack, so nay biggie. Yeah, we put the voice lines back to the vanilla voice lines. I say we, I did it. I take responsibility. Okay, looking good. We've already got some grand looking insulae. Grand insulae pay incredible amounts of tax money, which is my favourite kind of tax money. Of course, we currently make no taxes, but I will change that very soon. How soon is very soon, Jake? I don't know. I'm gonna have some very unhappy plebes. I'm just going to significantly reduce my amount of people living in destitution here. Well, can you really call it living? Don't want to go into unemploymentville, but...
I'm not a very religious citizen, but even I wouldn't treat the gods this badly.
Yeah, people aren't very happy with me not kowtowing to the gods. I can certainly take care of that to a degree, but the question is, do I want to? I'm not sure I do. What I do really want to do is tax my people until they cry. All about the tears. Yeah, a lot of them are waiting on more food. The wheat is pretty slow to come and feed these people, but it will get there, and as it gets there, they're going to be more than happy to pay me a modest 14% tax. See if I can get away with that. Yeah, these buildings right here, the Grand Insulae, oh, the tax money is delectable. Some of these guys want nicer places to live. Just unthinkable, that. Can I shove an oracle around here? Oh, did you look at that? I can shove an oracle right here. Not sure if that's going to do too much for me. I'll do it anyway. Because these poor people, they don't get enough in life. There we go, that did it for you. And you would be a little happier with just a wee touch of garden, I think. How about a slightly bigger touch of garden? Alright, how about an even bigger touch of garden, but you've got my back against the wall here. There we go. And yeah, I did see that Toga Boy wants some veggies. I don't particularly want to give Toga Boy some veggies, but I guess I will. Forget the timber these days, stockpile some vegetables for him. How many did he want? 18. Bizarre number. Liking enormous amount of taxes, you really earned that Swedish citizenship. Hey, maybe I would have stayed in Sweden if they were only taxing me 14%. The warehouse is not a desirable neighbour. But the bigger problem is they're not getting wheat down here. Like I said, it takes time for that wheat to penetrate through to these people. It will, though. Yes, give it time to stock up. The problem is they grab loads of it. 318. Well, each of these produce 100 units of wheat per harvest. And look how slowly the harvest comes in. All 5 of these things have got to fully grow, and then out pops a little baby wheat. Once all of these are Grand Insulae, I'll start adding more and more Grand Insulae bit by bit. For now, though, the city looks pretty good. Still want to tear down pretty much all of what's left of this. All in due time. Is this going to be my entire industry, though? Thinking about it, this is where the oil is. It's where the weapons are. I could do furniture here as well. And I could very easily do pottery. Yeah, you know, I think I could migrate all of my industry over here. Like I said, I don't want to have any industry left on Calais. Not for any particularly good reason, other than I'm doing a British map, so I want everything in Britain. And even if that means a few added complications for me, I am fine with that. Clay on this map, I would dare to say. I think I knew a guy called Clay. I think the problem is going to be getting labour over here. It's not a desirable place for anyone to live. But at some point I won't need to export so many weapons, so I can tear down a lot of the weapons industry here to make do for that. Means that... yeah, maybe I was a little premature in moving that over there, but the more of this I tear down, the happier I'm going to be. And this should probably be more of a loop than anything else. I won't add these just yet. Let's call Canny on that. But it'll certainly be a consideration going forward. So Cornwall's our industry centre. Might seem a little tight for it, but it works. Or it will be made to work. Got to make sure to keep those trees. I think I even commented on how I wanted to keep those trees around for the future. I can squeeze in 1, 2, 3 timber yards. Hopefully that's fine. Whoa, what the heck just happened? The pottery's all gone. Well, this is troubling. Just like that, all the pottery vanished. And
Down with the governor!
we got some very unhappy people because probably of my taxation. So let's bring up the wages. Oh, I forgot to bring up the wages. Now that is on me.
I've been thrown out of my home!
So I think what happened was this warehouse took too long to get the pottery. I think that's what happened. I hope that's what happened. I can live with that as a problem. To a degree. Don't like the way that you guys have demerged like that, so I'm going to get rid of you. Yeah, the marketplaces. Oh, I see. So the market ladies were constantly trying to get wheat because there wasn't enough of it to go around. And their focus on wheat took their focus away from getting other goods like pottery, oil, and furniture. That is my bad. Well, kind of my bad. Yeah, the sudden music change alerted me to a population change. And this is actually severely harming my economy. Well, my employment numbers. To the point where I'm going to turn off my weapons and iron industry so that I have people to work the farms and other things. This is a slight problem. If I get rid of you, though. There we go. There we go, that looks a whole lot better. They've made their rounds with the pottery now. Still a bit of a problem getting the wheat, but look at that, the wheat is piling up in the granary, as it should. And just like that, they're back up. Back up to willing to pay me high taxes level, I hope. Come on. Don't be skinflints, give me the dosh. Sandbagging in Caesar's new lows were reached. No, it's far from it. I don't think I would ever sandbag in Caesar. I suppose it's not inconceivable, but I don't want to. Wee statue here and there should be sufficient for you. There we go, and...
The gods are...
Don't worry about the gods. The gods are my problem, not yours, little Timmy. And you're waiting on the extra food, well that is okay. And Toga Boy can get his much coveted vegetables. Also got way too much money, so the city can have some. And more can go to Caesar. Market Lady's obsession with wheat has ruined multiple cities for me. Yeah. Can't blame them though. They're Romans, they want their wheat. Wheat is the most desirable foodstuff. In fact, it goes in this order. Wheat is the most desirable, then vegetables, then fruit, then meat. And that is the order that market ladies get it, and the order that people in their houses eat it. Although they will eat multiple types, if they have multiple types available and are evolved to that level. So these Grand Insulae, for example, will eat the wheat and the meat evenly. Although evenly, there is some rounding involved, but don't worry about that. Yeah, thinking about it, I should have started with wheat, made sure everyone had wheat, and then gone for fish. Because the fish can be produced in more bulk, and it's easier to stabilize with wheat. But hey, feeding people multiple foods is difficult in Caesar. I always recommend people to just not do it. Yeah, until you're very comfortable with lots of things in the game. Let's cease this vegetable nonsense. Caesar's got his tithe. Alright, looking good. They got wheat, they got meat. Actually, they're still struggling on the wheat front. I wonder about that at times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's 3,200. What's 3,200 divided by 84? That tells me how many grand insulae I can support here. Rounded down, that is. If it was 19.5, I'd want 19. Alright, we got the people. We can restart our industry now. If this is Britain, any food we can boil is fine. Oh, you know, I could always just grab a calculator for myself. So what did I say? 3,200 divided by 84? It's 38 of these things. Huh. It's not bad. There's going to be a bit of a almost fiscal level of drag involved, but that's okay. There we go. I can be relatively satisfied with that. That'll build up. I would quite like to have something of a wall around here. Oh, that oracle just blocked off my brilliant area for a bridge, but that's okay. I've decided I'm not going to be using this for... there we go. I'm not going to be using this for housing, so it has been decreed. This little native guy here, he's fine as he is. Maybe I don't want you right up against there. I want a bit of a killing floor here, right? Let's do this a little differently, shall we? There we go. This is your welcome into Britain. And I can just have these guys stand guard and defend. Alright, sweet. Can set up some towers as well, just to really say hello. How are you? Alright. Hopefully the walker actually ends up going down here as well. If he doesn't, I'm in grave trouble. Alright, good. Well, he does need to go down there. Walkers tend to have 4 different patterns. If he doesn't go down there, these guys are going to get cheesed off. Please go back down there. You got one more chance to make the walk down here, my friend. Otherwise, I'll have to migrate you a bit. Okay, good, good, good. If he doesn't walk near this guy stops being pacified, and then he's going to start tearing down all of my everything, and I don't want him to do that, obviously. Is that obvious? Engineer over here, get this moved over here, and this should be a great setup for... Oh! Great setup, he says. I'll start migrating some of these guys back, so, you know, it's easier just to kill all these people than bring them back and accept their disgusting Calais taint. The towers have 4 times hit points of a 1x1 wall segment. I don't know. I have no idea what the hit point values of buildings like this are. I just want to have a you shall not pass killing floor right here. floor. Now there's a game. Probably keep this open so that people can walk through here. Otherwise there's going to be a lot of unpleasant walking around business. I would really like to migrate my pottery business over here, so now you will accept pottery. I've got a little bit of unemployment to play with, so clay pit 1, 2, and 3. And just in case I don't reach over here, let's make sure the stuff is sufficiently engineer posted. That means I'm going to want some pottery workshops over here. This should really be a loop. 1, 2, 1, 2, alright. Both of you are going away. I've certainly not made life easy for myself. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, certainly not made my life easy for myself by moving all of my industry down to Cornwall. But I think it's more important to have an interesting setup. Besides, I play this game to enjoy it, and little else. This guy's remarkably unhappy at how undesirable his area is, but a little bit of a nearby garden, and there we go. Safe as houses. How's that income looking these days? Not bad. Not bad at all. So tax is in so far this year, and it is October. It's nowhere near as much as my trade receipts, but you always want to transition from trade into taxes if you can. Taxes is so much more reliable than trade. That's not a given, but it's a good general rule. I think I said I wanted to have my docks down here, and I've gone and completely buggered that right up. But we can always pivot that idea, can't we? Yeah, because I can always move my docks over to Hibernia. It's not that much further for the boats to go around to here, I think. We'll be fine. Look, worrying about things has never gotten me anywhere, so let's just do it. How far north does this map go? It's the whole British Isles. I suppose it doesn't include Shetlands. But other than that, you've got the whole package. Even if it did have Shetlands, you wouldn't be able to get there. The position of the map would not allow it. You wouldn't be able to get a bridge over there, is what I'm getting at. Let's slow down on the wood production. It's hurting a little bit. Getting a little too overfull on wood over there. I would also like to transition my wood economy over here if possible. 1, 2, 3. Now, wait, what? Why is the timber yard not able to go there now? It looked perfectly serviceable. I was probably highlighting something else, like an iron mine. Go. But of course they need the furniture workshops to deposit that into. 1, 2... Oh boy, it is getting packed around here. Too packed for words. Three, 4... I don't want to put it there. 5. Yeesh, I don't know, over here for 6. Not ideal. Just calm down on the harvesting of marble for a bit. I don't think I'd be playing like this if I were in a harder map. I'm able to take things a little bit more lackadaisically than normal. because I don't perceive this to be a particularly challenging map. That should be fine. Get the furniture over here. Will you put your patricians in glorious Aberdeen? That's a tough one. There's almost no building space up far north. And even if you had some here, I don't know how you would get all services for them. My plan was to make Ireland just a bed of patricians if I can. And I see little reason that I couldn't. Wait, that's weird. Why did the school kids no longer go here? So this is one of the annoying things in the game, is that walkers sometimes change their routes depending on the buildings that are around them. And in this case, the school children have decided they no longer want to go the way that they were going before. Hopefully these kids continue the old legacy though. That is fine. And that's also okay because I can just move the house over there to take place of the school. How many of these things do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's that, 28? 29, 30, 31, 32. 33, 34. I got space for a few more. And look at that, the wheat is backed up, so there shouldn't be the same problems that we had before. But yeah, this is a pretty good layout, but it's a pretty standard block. Not that there's all that much wrong with that. Just put down some huts up in the... Yeah, great if I could build actual current day northern Scotland up here. So my home's around here. Between Inverness and Aberdeen. Even British people, they say, oh, far you fae. I say Maury. Even Scots are sometimes like, fa? What's that? Maury? And some people don't know Grampian either. Met some Scots on my travels. From oh, you're from real Scotland then. Wouldn't hear that out of Dark Young. When the fight comes in, I suddenly realise I haven't exactly been saving during this. Let's change that now. I don't want to pull back to the walls just yet because I haven't finished pulling down my slums. It's hard to know with these fights. Sometimes people put in attacks that instantly just go for your city, and those are usually ones that are set to attack certain points. What do we have here? Celtic warriors! Very rarely do you fight the Celts. I think they only appear in 1 or 2 missions in vanilla. Oh boy, they're bringing in the charioteers as well. But we've got exceedingly well-trained units here, so they are just getting brutalized. To the point where I can actually decommission this fort now. Pull back all of my units. And once I have a load of pottery, furniture, and oil set back here, I can tear down the slum entirely, and then we retreat entirely from Calais. Oh, okay. Speaking of retreating entirely, not something we want to do, because the Celts had some friends. You guys, the Barons, get back there.
A good day to you.
There we go, the Pajama Warriors, in many ways the most dangerous unit. They're one of the weakest enemies in the game, but they're so fast. And that becomes a problem because they diamond up and become very dense. to the point where they just run through your entire army and then level your city. So even if you have a perfectly good army for killing them, you just can't engage them fast enough. They become a real problem. Well, fortunately, they don't seem to be my problem currently. Celts are pretty weak. They're fast chariots and nothing more. Yeah, but speed is an enemy at times. It's not really a problem this map because there's only one valid invasion location. But on a larger map, with a lot more potential areas to be attacked from, they can be a real pain in the bum. I have gone and trimmed off my area for my final fort. Do I make do with not having that fort? I don't particularly want to make do with that. But what I could do, because I'm fairly confident in my economy, I can trim down away some of my exports. There we go. Nothing gets through Calais without me knowing about it. Why did they make such a fuss about the channel growing up? Just a small bridge would have happily... Yeah, this 20-something kilometre long bridge taking care of everything for us. People just want to complain. It's an impressive facet about being British. You're not happy unless you're complaining about something. I think I just... Wait, why were you having problems there? I may actually end up wanting the extra marketplace, all things considered. The more I have of these, the less confident I am in my market ladies being able to satisfy everyone. Look at these guys at the back there having a bad time due to lack of market lady coverage. And I'd rather have a more stable setup than a more dense setup. That said, this should be fine, especially with 33% more market ladies. Be happy with a little bit of a statue right there. Alright, nothing to worry about. There was never anything to worry about. If you're not complaining about something, that usually means things are actually bad and worthy of concern. I heard a quote somewhere that true loneliness is not having someone to complain to stuff about. That sounds very British. Space for another little house down here if I so desired. It would need its own dedicated fountain, but that's no big deal. There we go, those taxes in are looking lovely. Very superfluous. The amount of money you make on this map is ridiculously high. Far too high, frankly. But mostly I'm just keen on retreating away from Calais. Now, retreating makes it sound so wrong. Strategic redeployment away from Calais, we shall say. I still have some small tents around here, which I'm very unhappy about, but I will fix those. I will fix them in due time. There we go. You swallow up those little tents. Rome wants all of my pottery. I don't want to give Rome all of my pottery. Sure, I may have plenty of pottery, but... screw it, you can have it. I'm going to make sure that I have a very nice backlog of both pottery and furniture, though. I never like running out of either, because as you see, the devolution that can occur from lacking basic goods can be devastating. Should we just begin... Well, not even begin, let's just get out of Calais. Fun fact, you can leave the warehouses. Warehouses are indestructible to normal fires, and they don't take engineering-related damage. So you can just leave them there. Eventually someone will pick up their goods. Maybe. It's a little sad to think that essentially London is the only settlement that we have here, but it alone is getting us a quarter of the way to the population. My favour is fine, everything else is looking good, and with all these grand insulates, it's actually reasonable that I could hit the prosperity goal just like this. I beg your pardon? You're not getting that, Caesar. I'm not sending you 200 clay. was bad enough that I sent you all of the pottery that I didn't want to give you. But yeah, in my opinion, when you make a custom map, you should never have Caesar request more than 32 of one good. 32 is as much as you can put in one warehouse. If you ask for more than that, you're telling your player to build superfluous warehouses. To put it another way, when you... Hang on, can people pass through this? I don't know how they managed to get through this. Maybe they can go corners like that. Anyway, Caesar demands should be there to put pressure on your city or encourage your governor to start up industries that they haven't already started. If you're just there to force them to build warehouses for the sake of warehouses, it's not a good request, in my opinion. You dare disparage Caesar's hungers? I've done it many times before, and I may do it many times yet more. So yes. Bring it, Toga Boy. Toga Boy fears me a lot more than I fear him. Right, that being that, maybe I'm a little cocky about my withdrawal from Calais because there is not a lot of land to build on here. I'm happy that my industry is as powerful as it is, but... Pardon me. I need to think where we build up here now. Good area right here. I think I have no real qualms in building additional hold that thought. I'm looking at my industries here. Killed both of you off. And make a couple more pottery barns. I'm contemplating moving this across so I can make a bit of a larger loop that's going to support more workers. Can I get such a bridge? The answer is yes. The answer is lots of yes, actually. That's pretty cool. I'm going to keep that in mind. It's definitely not going to be an orthodox setup here, but when do I ever build orthodoxies? Quite like this. This gives access for services so that I can actually have a little bit of housing going on. Just a drop of housing here should be enough to supply all these workers, because they will go that far for labour. A little drop here and here will also be sufficient. And the trouble is getting desirability and water to you, but these are problems for... Yeah, I hesitate to say future Jake, because it's almost verily current Jake, but... forget about it. Are you going to be okay? Are you going to see to these guys? Yeah, you are. You're going to completely annihilate them. They get their own personal mission post. And just like that, they're not going to cause me any problems as I build around here. I won't do it just yet, but it will be done soon enough. The whole point of building this up, though, was I wanted a couple of extra pottery barns. Because I would like to keep all of my industry down here if possible. Yo Jake, hello, says Drag. I loved your Forlorn Muskeg single region survivor. Will you retry it someday? Ooh. Retrying Forlorn Muskeg. I don't think I will, but I would really like to see somebody else do it. I entered Forlorn Muskeg on a whim, and I immediately found some matches, and I was kicking myself thinking if this was a single region survivor, we would have already won. Long Dark is also a game I enjoy watching others play, so if somebody else picks it up and does Forlorn Muskeg, I will be even more delighted than if I'd done it myself. Here's how I want to build another house here.
There's so much unemployment, it's distracted me from learning my lines.
Don't like the way he says distracted in past tense. You'd think he'd say distracting, actively distracting me. Right, never mind my tenuous grasp on the English language. These roads dividing up the different kingdoms is cute and all, but let's just destroy them. And I don't need to preserve trees because I intend for all of my industry to be down here, and surely 3 lumber camps will be enough. So, right up the north centre of England, what kind of housing estate are we thinking of? I don't want to connect it to this, I do not want to share food or goods. No way, no how. This is actually a fairly decent building area. One wonders if it might be more prudent to set up another personal mission post. Like so. That'll keep you off my back. That way I can tear this down. And I could just ignore you. I don't think that would be too big of a deal. Because this guy just pops out here and keeps them pacified. That's a-okay. I want to make the most of the building area that I have in Wales. There's a great temptation to slam something triumphant up here. Don't know how exactly that would work out, but the temptation is there. I guess the lumberjacks are quite crap. Lumberjacks actually work independent of the trees around them. You can only place down a woodcutter. Don't know why we're calling it lumberjack now, but you can only put down a timber camp next to trees. But if you put down a lumberjack, then delete the trees, the lumberjack will still work. It doesn't care about whether or not the trees are still there. It's strange like that, but in my cities I never remove the trees after placing a lumberjack. I find that that's it's just not right. It's important to me that my cities are nice to look at once I'm done with them, unless they are exceeding ball-breaking challenges. Those can happen. By the way, could you please stop getting goods? You're just causing me issues. Like you getting those weapons. For who exactly? Okay. Still thinking about how I go about this. I think I can easily visualize my space a little better if I move this reservoir to here and bring the aqueducts around like so. I still want it to be traversable, so let's put little holes in the aqueduct. There we go, it still works fine. I always loved that. Like seeing the water come down and link these up. I felt so massive-brained as a child playing through and being able to do that. I've complicated matters a little bit. Getting around here is no longer quite so possible. So to that end, I might actually want to move this thing down a bit. Let me see if I can do something better here. Could I move you here and still have everything seen to? My answer is yes, I can. I want to be able to loop around here if need be. The question is feeding them, and you might think that's a weird thing to care about when there's fertile land everywhere, but I must emphasize this is a northern map. It is not central or desert, so wheat production is very slow. Feeding people with wheat requires a lot of space. Feeding people with fish is far better on a map like this, but this area is not good for fishing. This area is great for fishing. And who would have thought? Northeast of Scotland, fishing haven. It's not unthinkable, though, to still set this up for a lot of farming and then feed a lot of people around here, but the building area for people here is grim. It's interesting. I really like the challenge on this map, even though I was earlier saying there's no real challenge on this map. There is still minute fishing opportunities here. They're not good, though. Kind of crummy. Kind of exceptionally crummy. I need this guy to not cause me problems. I have a lot of money and I have enough surplus unemployment, so I guess we're just going to rake the earth clean in Wales and not let people live there. I guess some people can live around. Where's this again? Is this Cardiff? Yeah, or it's the other one. Yeah, my modern British geography, not brilliant. For shame on me, I know. So I'm currently planning how this is going to go. Farming setup into granary, into loop that's frankly far too long. There's no way I'd get happy loops going on around here. Can we think of another design? Dum-de-dum, bum-ba-dum. I do quite like the idea of it coming down and around here, though. They've already got access to water. This area is going to feel a little ill done to, though. I don't have to loop it up there, I could actually loop it around to here. Don't know if that buys me anything extra. It gives me a central place here for desirability buildings, but it's largely dead space. Now there was a game. So I could actually rein it in a little bit like so. And with that, I can set up my granary here and try to make the most of this. I don't like that. I don't like how far out I'm pushing here. Pull the granary in a touch. Try to explain what I'm doing in this game, but I understand that there's probably bits where you're thinking, what the hell is Jake doing here? If you do want the machinations of my mind explained, you need only ask. I'm not sure anyone really wants that. Right, it's not amazing, but this will work for people living and getting their services. Don't like the fact that those fountains look empty. They will fill back up. There we go. Much better. Alright, this actually works out fairly well, believe it or not. Don't like where you are all of a sudden, actually. Migrating any building in this game is a little expensive. Because you can't just pick it up and move it, you just have to straight up delete it, and that can feel pretty bad. I think mistakes may have been made here. Certainly, this denies too much space. What can I do about this? Is not caring about it an option? Because I do like not caring about things. Yeah. Tell you what, if we came down like so, nobody would really care. Alright, that's good. I mean, maybe not great, but it's good enough. In fact, I believe there's space to migrate this down by one additional level. It's a good thing farms are so cheap, because they're something that you often want to reposition. And having farms only cost 40 denarii makes trial and error a whole lot more palatable. Yeah, we totally had sheep at the start of this map, but those sheep had fangs, and quite the coat. We had to remove them. I want to leave this area around so people can walk around here, because alternative walk around routes are not great. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Calculator, help me out with 16 times 160. I can feed 2,500 people on this. And how many people live in a small insulae? Small insulae has 19 times 4 people in it, so that's 76. So I can feed 33 small insulae on this, that's totally acceptable. Fitting those guys in here is actually going to be a bit of a pain, but I will try. I'll do my utmost. Getting their additional services could be tricky, but there's nothing saying I have to keep this loop-a-loop. I could branch off for other services or even other houses. In fact, is there any good reason not to just loop this right back in here? I'm open for a good reason not to, and I'm not finding one. There we go. Unorthodox shapes, but this is why I like playing custom maps. I often have to work with the awkward. Gonna move you over there just so I can remove this road and squeeze in yet more houses. These people are gonna hate this. It's gonna be very undesirable for them. They're going to have to cope with the situation. I will placate them with a large statue for now. A large statue and a medium statue, but only for now. Because my quest is to jam as many people in here as I can. They will need some good engineering. They will need some better engineering. And some even better engineering. There we go. These stairways are a problem. They can very often trap people in ways that they don't like. What's your story? He's still waiting on his barber. Okay. Romans can't live in truly advanced housing until they have a snazzy haircut to go with it. Still amazing how much space is still too little space in most cases. City building in this game requires a whole heap of space. But I'm alright with that. Double checking to make sure that my engineers are working just fine. I'm pretty sure I've got superfluous engineers. This building will collapse soon. Well then, why worry about it? That no working dock thing is going to hit me every now and then until I build a working dock, but we'll get to that eventually. Hey, looking pretty good on the mergers. Looking really good on the mergers already. Wow-wee, I like that. More mergers are better mergers. Get moving in here, folks. I obsess over mergers in this game. For once, the image here actually looks like my city. This image shows, I don't think any casa, but it shows everything between Small Insulae and Grand Insulae. And we are Grand Insulae to plenty. Once you hit the 5,000 mark, though, it starts showing you Patricians, the Senate, the Hippodrome, and I very often don't have that in my city when I reach that milestone, but anything's possible. My emperor-addled brain still recalls that the idea of putting houses and farms next to cliffs. Global labor pool is such a big crutch. I cannot abide by it. Oh, I cannot abide by these mergers, though. That's pretty bad. Can I annihilate you and force you to merge? The answer is no. Could I encourage these other people to merge instead, then? You do have to babysit your mergers sometimes. Like I said, I did fix this in the game by adding a visual indicator of where merger points are and are not. However, on arable land it doesn't work because these little tufts of grass get in the way. But if we find somewhere that's not arable, like this area for example, I can just drag this thing along, and whenever a pink pixel shows up, there's one at the top of this little tile, there's one at the top of this tile, there's one at the top of this tile. That shows me where a merger point is not, so if I build there, that won't merge. So these people that have been introduced to my city have also been introduced to my glorious tax rate of 14%, and they don't like it, so I'm going to reduce taxes. There's no wage increase on this map, huh? That's adding to why I'm just making money hand over fist. Also, these people are getting less and less entertainment. Probably because... Oh wow, the theatre walker isn't walking around there anymore. That is... bizarre. Well, I know exactly what's happening, but I'm still not chuffed to bits with it. Meaning I need a theatre. Well, I need another theatre. Or I need to move the theatre that I have. Or I need to think maybe he'll settle down eventually. Well, actually I've got space for another theatre there, I'll just go with that. Yeah, so walkers sometimes change up their routes if you build more things in your city. And yeah, it's a huge pain in the ass. Normally I'd say, oh, it's a pain in the bum, but no, it's not a pain in the bum, it is a pain in the ass, the A-double-S. So I'm just doing some jiggery-pokery here, trying to coax out a few more mergers here. Ugh, this merger is grim. It's exactly what I do not want. Let me get rid of these and try to coax out some other mergers. does not want to merge. Do you want to merge? Do you come with a car? None of you do. How about you? It's alright, if they don't merge, then I can... Let's see, if you merge, then I'd hope for a merger here, wouldn't I? Merger here, would that be the end of the world for me? Wouldn't be desirable. There we go, this theatre guy knows what's up. Can't you just level them to high level so they'd always merge? You have the money to give you... Yeah, you're right, I have the money, but I don't necessarily have the space. Yes, that seems to only wheat. Bringing houses to high level means giving them a high level of services. So Colosseum's got a big footprint, for example, and I am not huge on space to do that. So it's an idea, but not one I think is terribly feasible. Getting water over here is proving to be a little troublesome. I can certainly expand water availability. That might have to suffice. I don't like the fact that I'm blocking off this entire route. Might have to live with it though. Well, I'm electing to live with it, whether I want to or not. Hopefully the market ladies don't pick up all the wheat. Hopefully you merge. You do merge? Do you merge? Oh man, there we go. That's much better. Jake loves to see it. This gives me a nice little 3x3. I could even thwap an amphitheatre there. How many have I managed to put down anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30. Oh, well, that's pretty good. That's better than pretty good. You know, if I just get 1 or 2 mergers over here, then I'm going to call this done and dusted. And then I just need to give them water and their amenities and all as well. Speaking of watering them, I should probably start watering some of these poor buggers. I know, it doesn't seem like I treat my Romans very well. But I do, I really do. It's just, you know, sometimes they don't make themselves easy to love. Yeah, that no working dock is going to spam me for some time. I'll just have to live with that. At least until I do finally set up an actual working dock for them. What's up, dock? Guess I can get away with that. And that. Uh-oh. A power struggle in Rome brought about Caesar's downfall. The Senate is met, elected a new emperor. I think in vanilla this event is broken, but let's find out if it isn't oh! I guess I didn't fix it in Julius. That's meant to set imperial favor to 50. Which would have been pretty bad for me, but I'm pretty sure it's broken and has never been fixed. In fact, I'm not sure I've ever read about that event being broken, so maybe I'm imagining it being broken, but I'm sure that's what it's meant to do. Alright, how do we feel about Venus? Surely everyone loves Venus around here. Where are we going to shove Venus? There you go. Yeah, Julius does indeed preserve the original bugs. Yeah, but many of them have options to fix, but there's no option to fix that, so maybe it's not a bug. This land is going to be very undesirable, so I absolutely want to double oracle this up. Well, maybe the second oracle doesn't need to be there. That's a reasonable place to put in a service building, and I can put plenty of desirability buildings here. Statues are nice. I would like to put in something that's, you know, really leaves a message. You know, that feels like it leaves a message. But there's no reasonable way for me to keep it from burning down. It's also not as good as putting down statues. I think I'll save my personal home for Hibernia. Show my incredible love for the Irish. That fountain just weren't there. Doesn't work out putting it elsewhere though, does it? Well, actually, I could migrate that fountain over there. Then I could migrate this fountain over pretty much anywhere here. There, for example, works pretty great. And then I can have a pretty cool 2x2 of large statues up here. That's going to be pretty damn good for desirability. Boomph! He loves to see it. Alright, now let's give these people something resembling fun stuff. We're going to need or want a theatre. We're going to need or want an amphitheatre. Rather troublingly, I would need to give that amphitheatre both actors and gladiators. Maybe I could make do with a Colosseum. There's certainly space for one around here. Put a Colosseum there? What else would I even use this land for? Always feels weird having multiple Colosseums. You always think there should be a Colosseum. But the only thing you can have one of is the Hippodrome, and where could you even fit a Hippodrome on this map? I guess Hibernia gets the Hippodrome. Not Scotland as private quarters? Where's your local patriotism? Yeah, maybe we'll... Put my own little villa over in Moray? I don't know. The population requirement of 9,000 is starting to wrap around my neck like a noose. Maybe more than just starting. I think I'm gonna do that. Let's put down an amphitheatre instead. Donk. Oh, now I see the problem. You needed your own fountain. That's alright, I can give you a private fountain. There's no skin off my nose. I can give you some private gardens for all these people. This is largely dead space, so there's no real issue in building up a nice line of really good... Yeah, you're not getting that iron, Caesar. Caesar doesn't get away with requesting ridiculous amounts of goods from me. I'll just give him some gifts. I'll also set my salary to procurator. These stairways are a bit chaotic. They mean that walkers get very lost and often don't complete their loops. Hopefully the priest guy goes around and actually does the loop without getting lost. Oh! Well, if ever there was a reason to complete my retreat from Calais. There we go, it's like we were never there. And if they want to come and get some of this, they are more than welcome to try and enter Britain. That's pretty much the strongest force you can have in the game. There could be arguments for balancing between legionnaires and the javelin throwers, but packed tight legionnaires backed up with towers and with javelin throwers, good luck getting through that. Easy money. How many losses did we take? About 3, and they will be very swiftly replaced. Excellent. Alright, looks like religion has almost made the rounds. This one poor bugger got missed. I'm not sure I'm willing to keep him around based on that, so let's just delete that poor bugger. And now let's give these people a library, which hopefully makes the rounds. And they're gonna need a warehouse. is a bit far for the market ladies to go to grab their warehousey goods. Is there any better solution? Given the numbers here, I could probably get rid of one farm and be okay. Probably. Maybe. I'm not so sure about that. This is tight. I have certainly built things tightly here. No bad thing, really, but... Please go and grab pottery, but not furniture. Pottery alone should be sufficient. Also, that's not too far for the market ladies to go. They won't get lost on the stairs because they're going directly there. Do not pass go, do not collect, etc., etc. Splendid location for an oracle here because, yep, that will be protected. Ooh. A distant Roman city is threatened and defenseless, and we're the only ones who can help. Tell me more, Caesar. There is a small force attacking Serene. If it's a small force, then we should be fine sending away Baron and the Pepper Quakers. They will more than take care of that. It's possible that I get attacked whilst I'm dealing with that, but I don't see any incoming attacks. It should be fine. Is that librarian actually going and teaching people about books and stuff? No, they're only making the loops around here uselessly. Please go and do the proper loop, otherwise I'll have to migrate you. No, this librarian does not want to go anywhere useful. I will try migrating the librarian. That may work, it may also not work. Let's also make sure that people are paying their taxes. Also worth noting, this is no longer necessary here, or at least hopefully it's no longer necessary. It shouldn't be so undesirable around here anymore. But what will be necessary is a bathhouse, so there you go. Can't remember, was Zeus Poseidon better than Caesar or worse? So Caesar is the game for me, and it's the Roman theming that truly does it. Oh man, this librarian really does not want to go... Oh, they're trying.
I hope I don't lose my job. Unemployment is so high here, I wouldn't get another.
Ah, so close and yet so far. Alright, alright. It's one feature that I would love to have from Augustus is you can preview the walkers' paths when you place down a building. But I think the librarian's going to do it. He's going to do the full loop. Yeah, they... Oh, nice! So walkers walk a certain distance and then randomly walk a little bit further, and then they go back the fastest route back to their home building. If he just walked a little bit further, it would have been faster for him to take this loop back. But there we go. He's doing everything I need him to do. These buildings will all happily grow up big and strong. This little guy needs a touch of plaza to be a bit happier with his life. Some of these guys maybe do as well, because they're close to the warehouse. Nobody likes living next to the warehouse. Oh my god, the librarian missed this. How did he miss that? You are taking the mick. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a little school, that'll help you out. This guy hates where he lives, so thinking about it, I've pretty much blocked the route up here, haven't I? That tax collector's doing me no great favour. So what am I thinking? No way I'm getting rid of the tax collector, that is not acceptable. So here's the thing, I want to have a walker route so that people can easily walk through here to here. Generally warehouse goers is the only people that are going to do that. Because the alternative is the warehouse guys could go down, around, up, through, down here, through here. I'd far rather he could just cut through all of this. Maybe it's okay, maybe it's not going to be an issue. Maybe. Look at that lovely looking small insulae, as I note that some of these guys aren't doing anything good for me. I should take care of desirability issues. I already blocked this off, so it's no big deal putting these down as well. The bathhouse lady is failing to make the complete rounds. Could put baths up there, could put baths down here. I'll put another bathhouse down there just to catch them all. And then I'm curious if they're all paying me taxes. I think we'll be alright in taxation front, but I always like to be quite litigious about my taxes, so I'll put another forum down there. And look at that, ain't that gorgeous? Unemployment rating of 748, not a problem. How is the health level? Very good. Very good is gooder than I like, but that's okay. Has Jake accidentally built Hadrian's Wall and blocked Scotland? No, there's a path up to Scotland through here and through here. And I will be building up Scotland. This is looking really good, I gotta say. Very happy with how this has turned out so far. I'm so happy that I'm going to increase taxes to 14% to celebrate. I think before I go further up north, I'm going to work on Cornwall and the remaining parts of Wales. So this is my industrial complex, but they need labour access, and the labour access I currently afford them is dreadful. So what I need to do is feed them, water them, and give them a little bit of service. How am I going to do that then? There's a really good opportunity for fishing right there. Could very easily set up a wharf. But the wharf would need to go to a granary. Also, that's not the best wharf position we have. This is a pretty good wharf position. That might not be the best granary position, but I don't think I can do better. No, thanks to this tiny little bit of water, I'm not able to put a granary right here. Could put a granary right there, though. It's pretty much a walk-through point. But I might prefer it over here. So we've got ourselves a little granary that just accepts fish. And we will need some kind of people living here. Doesn't have to be a lot, not at all. And really, I just need the services to walk around here and give all these people their just desserts. They don't have to go far. And this is really just to give labour to the industry down here. That is a-okay. I will probably at some point find myself short on olive oil, though. I worry about that. Nah, the rest just has to go to Patricians. It'll be okay. Desirability is another issue, but the power of the Oracle forgives a lot. It is very, very undesirable being here, though. That reservoir doesn't reach out to here, though. And it's not trivial to bring you water unless I build there. I don't particularly want to, but I will. Because I need you to have labour access around here. Alright, alright. Make sure this doesn't burn down on me. I'll let us fill up with fish before I set down the market lady, but of course nothing's filling up with fish without a shipyard to give it a ship. Chunk, chunk, chunk. That should be enough to feed 4 houses. I'm confident in that. Yeah, okay, that'll be fine. And with that, I will have no slum whatsoever. Also, Caesar's going to be on my case, so I do need to occasionally give him presents, so he doesn't think that I am disrespecting him too hard. You might have noticed that these are downgraded. It's because of global entertainment, which is a real thing. Am I willing to bend over backwards to deal with it? Not really. A simple hippodrome would fix the matters, and given my unemployment and money, the next step isn't going to be going up to Scotland, it's going to be going up to Hibernia and building proper patricians. How do we get to Hibernia, though? And how do we design Hibernia? I don't know. First thing I want to do is destroy Hibernia's beautiful emerald forests. The Emerald Isle, some call it. And no brother wars. Do I want brother wars? I was musing earlier about having Northern Ireland be a slum and having Republic of Ireland being a glorious, wealthy patrician area, but this is my world, and in my world we don't have to have a divided Ireland. Say no to brother wars. Yeah, the Emerald Plains. I feel bad deleting forests on my map. I think it looks really nice to keep forested area, but I'm not a meticulous enough player to work around them. Let's see, risks of natives. There are very few natives in Ireland already, so it's just ripe for the colonization. Well, if I recall, Star Trek predicted a 2025 Irish unification through violent means. Ireland, such a country of entrepreneurs and inventors with such advancements as the letter bomb. I shouldn't need a lot of food around here. I'm just trying to think how exactly we place it. To show the great unification, I should have this be my general patrician area, and then this providing the goods and or services needed. But there's so much space here, you know, comparatively speaking, that I may be able to do a double-winged patrician setup where they come out here and here, but it's just meaning double services for not really double payoff. Oh, weird. I wonder why suddenly there's not a lot of natives in Ireland after all the forests instantly evaporated. The mind is boggled. How do they get their fish anyway? I guess fishing gets done down in Cork. Isn't Cork around here? God, I am bad at my British geography. Right. Fish, 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 fish. 1, 2, 3. The dock might have to go here, actually. You might think I'm pretty much done with maritime trade, but I'm going to need to buy in vines from Syracuse and wine from Athens. So I will need a dock set up here so these Irish can get drunk. Reminded that I was chatting with an AI and I asked it to make me a joke about Hebrews, and it said, I will not do that. That goes against my program or whatever. I said, okay, give me a joke about Scotsmen and English and Irishmen. Didn't hesitate at all. The punchline was something about the Irish being debauchery or drunken or useless or something like that. AI. Right, so yes, I am thinking fish, 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 dock, farmlands, services, glorious cross-Irish patricians. But that doesn't answer the question of access. I also need to think how it links up to the greater area here. There is a way to walk through all of this, so that is fine. The Scots and the Irish can handle the banter. Well, you're not wrong. Banter is good. I feel bad for people who can't handle the banter. Alright, it's a little bit of a long trek to get around. I suppose I should have a way into Scotland from Ireland as well. What if we go through Man? This little lump here is the Isle of Man. Known for the TTCC racing. Is it the TTCC? I might be wrong about that. My father wanted to go there with me one time, but never did. Couldn't be arsed going to the Isle of Man just to watch motorbikes race. Not my kind of thing. Anyway, that will suffice. Okay, okay. Don't get me started on that bridge. That is what is known as a smoke screen. And there is ample routing through to there. Alright, good. Very good. Perhaps even not half bad. The real question is how am I going to design the patrician block, and also how do I get labour here if the patricians are there? Do I have some lesser peoples over here? I suppose I will. That's alright. We know they can handle the banter, right? Often I hesitate on building because I'm too busy thinking about how I'm going to build it, but sometimes in this game what you need to do is just start building, right? Eventually the answers will come to you. One issue is that this is awfully far away for the granary. The market ladies are going to have a long way to go. But this is a fair trek, so I don't think it's too bad to put my granary all the way over here. Well, my multiple granaries, I'm going to need 3 of them. Might seem like a long way for the cart pushers to go, but I don't think it's that bad. Food is one of the more important things to get set up ASAP when it comes to setting up your patricians. The layout of this is already fugly. I'm thinking I can support quite a lot of patricians here. I think I'll set up 3 farms for each. What are you guys? Wheat farms? Let's get our vegetable farms as well. Put you over there, so I have another 2x2 space if necessary. Have it come out like so. Labor access should be rather trivial if I can just get a merger here or here. Either of those should suffice. No space for it over there. Have an engineer on there and there. Make sure these are set up accordingly. No, don't empty the granary. That's the opposite of what I want. You take wheat. You take fisk. And you take the vegetables. We'll let them fill up, get their labor, all should be well. I can still export things that I send over by land, but I don't think I'll export things by sea anymore. So just weapons and pottery should be fine. Those go to Thamagadi. I can also put things like my chariot maker, my actor colony, lion pit and all that over here. Come over to this place and then what does the patrician area look like? I do not want these guys getting in my way. You might not think that would be close enough to dispel them, but it is. The missionaries, if I can actually catch one when he steps out. Oh no, I probably can't. Let's grab one of the ones that's actually walking a walk. Come to me.
Greetings! My teaching of Rome's benefits seems to be sinking into these rather frightening barbarians.
They have the largest influence area around them. Most walkers just exude a 2-tile radius of effect around them, but those guys, it's either 4 or 5. I think it's 4. Enormous, really. Still, it doesn't answer how I'm going to set up my patricians here. I want it to look good. I want it to look real good. Sometimes looking good means having the hippodrome right in the center, even though it's an undesirable building. But the hippodrome is massive, it's very hard to build around. But maybe I should just accept that and do it anyway. If I build the hippodrome on the border, it's going to feel like a real brotherhood style of thing to have, right? Yeah, everyone will love me for it. Yeah, imagine accidentally building on a red square. We'd be recruiting in real life Ireland. No. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see about what the hell. The patricians shall be built around this glorious monument to the unification of Ireland. Can I put the most pathetic little bridge across this thing? It's pretty hard to keep it desirable enough living next to this monstrosity, but it can be done. Da-da-da-da-da. There we go. This might be a little big. It will be a little big. But this is going to be the Patrician block of Ireland. I am reckoning Patricians are going to go something like one here, some along here, some along here, maybe one getting a seafront view. I'll try and cram in as many of the wine swirling, chair breaking fatties that I can. I also want my warehouses around here. I have a lot of work to be doing. Go and gather furniture and pottery. It's not like they've got an aeon to travel to get it, so I'm happy with you getting furniture and pottery. And you getting oil. However, I do need a dedicated one for wine. Because wine is an import. Actually, that's a problem in and itself, isn't it? Ba-bum, ba-bum. I don't want to fill up on wine. It's expensive. I suppose the expense isn't a big deal. So here's the thing. If I want highest level patricians, I need to set wine to import and produce my own wine, or import 2 types of wine, but that's not available here. But the patricians don't care that you actually physically import the wine, they just care that you have it set to import while there is wine available. So you could get highest level patricians without ever giving them a second type of wine. You just take one kind of grapes and you pee in them or something so it tastes different. Which is what I always intend to do given the choice, but I have such a slurry of money that I don't think it's going to matter. Maybe I shouldn't use slurry in this kind of term. Anyway, the point is you are getting the wine and the vines, and better make sure I have a wine workshop set up for that right next to you. And we should have 2 of them. Yeah, 1 should suffice. I'm starting to think this should be a loop. I think it'll work out better if it is, but I want to see how my mergers work out first. Basically, I need people over here. Can't get between the Irish and their booze after all. Heavens no. Funnily enough, I did live with one Irish guy, and he was teetotal. Well, he claimed he was. You know. This is what I mean. It shows you this wonderful city. There's a luxury palace. There's the Senate, Grand Temple, Hippodrome. I have one of those things. 2, actually, because there was a Colosseum there, and I have a Colosseum as well. We're getting there, game. Don't you worry. Oh, sweet. I did get my merger. Would have liked another merger. But am I being greedy? Probably. There's no need to have even more. All of the people's labor requirements can be met by that.
I've been thrown out of my home!
Not my problem. Alright. I usually like to build up my patricians gradually and over time, and this will be no exception. I'm just making sure that these are actually merger points. There and there should be fine. This hippodrome's going to suckle away a lot of my issues with unemployment. Now, are those fish guys able to get their haul and come back for the next ship in time? Looks like the answer is no. There's some inefficiency here, but I'm not worried about that because it's still fast enough. It's going to be enough to feed all my patricians, no real issue.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love it. I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
What are you even going to be able to buy or sell from me? Point is, I need to import some vines, so let's set those to importing, please. Yeah, get those over to me as soon as feasible, please. Bum ba da ba da bum. Let's water our poor little plebes here. And, you know, I could deign to feed them as well. Caesar's on my case because I'm not giving him what he wants. Someday, Caesar, someday. Now these guys have popped up to small insulae because of a lesser known feature in Caesar 3, the global entertainment. So houses get an entertainment value from the entertainment buildings that they have access to. So these guys are getting a value of 10 from the theatre, another 10 from the amphitheatre. They get 15 if it actually had good plays going on there. And I think it's 15 from this Colosseum. Yeah, because it has one show. So 10 and 10 and 15 for 35, and that's enough for Grand Insulae. These guys only have the theatre for 10, and the amphitheatre for another 10. Again, they don't have plays, so they're just getting local amateurs. Now that brings them only to 20, which is not enough value to become a small insulae. They need 25. So typically I would give them an amphitheatre that has 2 plays in it, so they get 10 and 15 for 25. But global entertainment is you get a +5 bonus if you have perfect coverage per entertainment type. So if you have perfect theatres, perfect amphitheatres, perfect colosseums, and perfect hippodrome, that's 20 points. And it scales up. It can be as low as 0 or as high as 5. If you have poor theatre coverage, it's probably +1 or so. The hippodrome is always perfect if you have 1, so that's always +5. So what I like to do is just deny them expert entertainers here, paid ones, and instead they get the global coverage of their the hippodrome, and that's enough to give them the +5 to become small insulae, and I love small insulae. Why does Jake love small insulae so much? They are incredibly dense housing. Look at that, 76. Going all the way up to Grand Insulae only gives an additional 8 on top of that. So 76 for small insulae is huge, considering all they need is pottery, 1 type of food, and some very meager amounts of services, all things considered. So they need 1 kind of education, in this case a library does. They need a bathhouse, which is one of the more annoying things to put down in my opinion. They don't need to be taxed, but I will tax them. They need religion, and that's just about everything. So yes, Jake loves small insulae. I also think they look good. Some people think they look kind of squalor-y, you know, compare this glorious stuff to this. But as I've learned, squalor is the sign of a successful city. I like that lesson, and I will choose to learn it. Is this a hard map? Asks Schneefut. I would say even to an inexperienced... Well, okay, no, if you're brand new to Caesar 3, this map's going to kick your arse, but... If you've been able to play the career map, this shouldn't be very difficult. I don't regard it as particularly difficult. Alright. How's this going down? Market Lady can hopefully make the rounds with this alone. I think I left enough place for water. That'll water you. This'll water you. That'll water you. You're going to hate where you live because it's monstrously undesirable, so I'm going to give you plaza on the corners. Plaza is good for cornering an area because of the way desirability works. A house only cares about its most desirable tile. So if this tile is just horrible next to fort, smelly, awful, but this tile is, we have plaza and a nearby fountain, statue. They only care about the most desirable one, so that's pretty good. And if you have a corner with all the plaza around it, all that plaza culminates on this tile. I mean, yeah, it spreads out to the other ones, but this tile gets the biggest effect of it. Maybe we can see that in action. Let's look at desirability. This is how it is, and then when it updates, look at that. This suddenly became a nice tile. These tiles are still a bit garbage, but this is okay. And that's enough to bring them up. If I give them that, and then I just give them a wee temple to, I don't know, Mercury. And let's give them a library. Hopefully the librarian can make the rounds. Gotta remember, culture of 70 is required on this map. I normally do not play maps that have high culture requirements, but I'm doing it. Alright, so the market lady will hopefully feed all these people. I mean, it's not like she has many people to feed. Okay, we've got the... Wait, no workers nearby. You got these people right here. What is your problem? Seem to be having problems with that. Caesar might not be happy that I'm refusing to send him his ridiculous amounts of goods, but I am able to save the empire. Ah, there we go. Apparently you've got poor access to employees, but you have some access, and that is okay. Just about clicked on the cross to close the game, so absolutely save this. I don't think I have autosave set up. Squalor is the sign of a successful city. Sell that line to San Francisco. I would not go anywhere near San Francisco ever again. Actually, I struggle to think of a reason to go back there, ever. Not my kind of place. Oh, that's right. You guys won't be happy unless you get a little bit of entertainment as well. I don't want to put it there. It's too close to where I want industry. Put it over there and I just hope that the theatre man walks around enough to say hello to you. But yeah, you certainly don't like where you are. Will this reach you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's just a little shy. Putting an oracle there could be my only choice. So I will. It's not like the gods are that happy with me anyway, right? Yeah, they're not best pleased. That's alright, we'll see to them soon enough. Alright, we've got a little bit of wine piling up. We've got good oil. Hopefully we'll soon have some pottery over here as well. And then it's time to really build this area up. That's interesting. An emperor, the desirability is always decided by its northern corner. Yeah, that used to be a rumor for Caesar 3 until people really went and checked it out, and indeed, does not matter. You're needing religion. Well, you'll get your religion soon enough. Your Mars is on my case. I can give you Mars. Well, actually, that's very befitting, isn't it? This is right next to where all my forts are. I'm going to put down a large temple to Mars. How you like them apples? I would also like a segregated area to collect my marble in, because it's piling up where all my weapons are. You take marble. You stop taking marble? Perhaps the better way to do it, actually, is you take weapons. You cease taking weapons. I'd rather switcheroo, but that's much too much work. Gotta hand to my army, start kicking those barbarians' butts. Yeah, I knew it. They do not like where they live. Not surprising. This is utter horrible place to live. See if Mars, the Mars Temple man ever walks over there. But at least it's not horrible squalor tents. I'm happy for there to be small casa around here. Or to put it another way, I'm unhappy to give them better than that. And if you want things to look slightly better, I suppose I could deign to smash an oracle down here. And now they're just waiting on this theatre guy to ever make the rounds for them. I don't think he's making those rounds whatsoever, though. That's alright though, because of the culture requirement, I am somewhat forced to put down a lot of theatres. Gonna need to put down a lot of theatres, perfect religious coverage, libraries, schools, bring up my culture rating. I'm not gonna do academies for them though, and maybe I won't do schools, come to think of it. Huh. Interesting. Librarian's not able to get around it. But this is actually kind of cool. I know I need to do culture spamming anyway, so having an area that I am wanting to put down extra libraries and theatres for these people is working for me. Caesar very unhappy that I am defying him, but that's okay. I can just keep him good and happy with some gifts, and of course saving the Empire. Boy, I should probably put more effort into making wine. Get more of it stocked up for my wine-swirling Irish patricians. Timber guys are waiting. Timber guys are waiting. Oh, you mean these guys? That's just because I have so much timber, or I've got so much furniture stockpiled that there's no place for the furniture people to put it, so the timber is backing up from it. I don't think I have a shortage of timber industry. I don't, because I've got 3 of these, which means I need 6 furniture IKEA workshops. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So no, there's no problems.
There's no space for this lot anywhere in the city.
That's just a sign of my intensely successful industry. Who am I really cheesing off the most here? I thought I just gave Mars a... Yeah, I gave Mars a large temple. I haven't given Ceres anything. Here you go, Ceres. You're right next to these bozos. Okay, well, with the food piled up and the goods piled up, it is time. Let us advance Ireland further than they've ever been advanced before. I set you here, and maybe even set you 1, 2, let me think, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I think I could set you there and be relatively happy. Certainly gives me water for all of this. No sense not plazaing this up. Desirability is probably going to be the biggest issue for all these guys. Because the Hippodrome, as awesome as it is a very undesirable building if we look at desirability. Look at this pit of red around the whole thing. The plaza, of course, improves the situation, but this central thing is still an issue.
I've never been past so many unemployed citizens before.
Oh, that's okay. I'm about to employ a lot of citizens because you need a lot of service for these patricians. I like having them. I like having the market ladies close to where they get all of their goods. So I got no problem slamming down lots of market ladies over here. Although I do like to have some over here because it just gives a bit of a coverage bonus over here. Sometimes people far away from where the market ladies are, you know, the market ladies walk along here, give out their goods, and they get this far, and they've run out of pottery or wheat or whatever, and the people over here don't get their shipments. Besides, it's good to have a lot of goods buffered in the markets this way. Now, what about services? I got no problem just slamming them all down because I know I have all the goods at the ready already. So. So our bathhouse down. These people are going to need a doctor. They're going to need a barber. This is kind of a fun part, slamming down all the things that your patricians need. They're going to need l'hôpital somewhere. The hospice... So the Colosseum I'd rather have tucked away in a corner like so. Although it does look really good when the Colosseum is at the back of the Hippodrome. We have not left the space for that. I'm not shy on options here. If I actually did away with that marketplace, it wouldn't look too shabby there. I think I'm going to have it out here. There we go. Hopefully there's not a big debate in Ireland about which side gets the Colosseum. Well, who are we kidding? These are the Irish we're talking about. Slam down the hospital. We're going to need that. So that's all the medical stuff needed. They're going to need... Well, it's funny. When it comes to religion, they only need 1 at max level. But to get to max level, they need 3. So you can cheat them in a way. Let's praise Venus. Let's praise Ceres, because I've been very nasty to Ceres lately. And... Well, this has all gotten by due to Neptune and my glorious ships, so Neptune can go there as well. Hopefully they all make the rounds. That's religion covered. Schooling is going to be needed on both sides, no getting around it, so school and school, but hopefully one library will take care of everything. On top of that, when it comes to entertainment, this will cover most of everything. But I do want... I really think I would get by better with a loop here. Hopefully this doesn't ruin everything. But I need space for my active colony, my lion house, my chariot maker. Although you don't strictly need a chariot maker, we're getting a chariot maker. Just thinking how best to put it down, though. I don't think I'd be doing too many bad things if I truly looped this around. There we go. Of course you're unhappy, but when are you ever happy? Have an oracle. Everyone loves an oracle. Oh wow, they're really not happy enough with that either. Alright, have a corner of plaza as well. And I'm going to give you a school. That's how nice I am. So far only Northern Ireland gets the good stuff. I'm just saying, what like a hospital? Right, that covers most of that. I still need a theatre. Good space for theatre right here. However, what kind of... how much space do I have here anyway? How long is this? This is 12, actually. This is perfect place for 3 luxury palaces, if I can get the desirability high enough. Which I should be able to. I'm a maestro of doing so, after all. Here's your theatre. Here's your amphitheatre, and that should cover all of the entertainment needs, except I haven't put down a gladiator school because I am scared to death of gladiator revolt. If there is a gladiator revolt, it's on a set date. If I pass that date without triggering it, then I'll be safe from it forever. But I want a gladiator school to be like the last thing I ever feel pressure to put down. There is no point having such a glorious area without having a senate to tax everybody to tears. So there is the senate. And an academy will be required as well. Here's an academy. Hopefully they can make the rounds. They might not. That's largely everything, which is pretty cool. Watering these people will actually be a bit of a chore. Didn't I already put water down for you? I suppose I didn't. Okay, water will work here, and water will work here. That works rather well. Oh god. Yeah, maybe there is an earthquake. But this is Britain. When's the last time there was an earthquake in Britain? Oh god, the Great Northern Irish Earthquake of 60 AD? Man, it's been 3 hours. 3 hours of unbridled joy. I love playing Caesar 3. It's a love I've had since I picked this game up in a PC Gaming magazine demo so very long ago. Okay, so far so not bad. Already thinking about where the next patricians are going to go in. I'd like to have some here, if that's feasible. No good reason that it's not. When was there a hippodrome in Ireland? Don't worry, I'm sure the answer to both questions will solve the conundrum. Oh no. Earthquakes can feel out where my hippodromes are, and they just slither out like a long, slender finger to take care of it. I'm never best pleased. Did I put down a third? Yeah, I put down all three temples. So desirability isn't good enough around here. Patricians require obscene amounts of desirability, but we'll take care of that. No taxes yet. What's my tax rate at? 14%, as it should be. I do hope to be able to crank taxes up to 25% because, well, someone's going to have to pay for that wine. And it's going to be my patricians, not me. It doesn't sit right with me that the people who service the patricians don't actually live in nice housing themselves, so let's see if we can fix some of that. What's that notification? Distant battle. Distant, not my problem. How's Caesar feeling about me neglecting him? He's overjoyed with my neglect. Excellent. That wheat is getting gobbled up, but that's not a surprise. It is, however, a warning to produce more wheat. Like I said, the market ladies go for wheat first, so I certainly want it produced more than anything else. Do I feel strongly enough to put down yet another wheat farm? Yes, I do. It's that vital. You saw what happened when we ran low on wheat back here. We faced a cataclysmic experience. I think I can thunk in one more Grand Insulae here. Like I said, population's one of the bigger issues on this map. Prosperity absolutely isn't. We're already at 60 prosperity, and it is rising. Rising like mad. The desirability here is going to be a real problem. I think this is going to be the line of oracles. Can't even get a whole line of them. Well, I can get some of them, and that's good enough, I suppose. There we go. Now they need the wine, but the market ladies will cotton on to that and go and get the wine. You might have noticed the great clear out of oil and furniture and pottery. You know what? I'm very, very close to... how close is he to... I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Let's move the actor colony over here. You know, I never understood the term actor colony as a child. Why was it called a colony? And I suppose to this day I don't know why it's called the colony. You know, I was quite young at the time, so a lot of the terms used in this game were beyond me. Right, you're no longer getting pottery. You are now my dedicated pottery hauler. Might seem a bit over the top to have a separate warehouse for each good, but it really helps with the stability. Some very good players don't have to do that, but I won't claim to be that good. And I'll claim many things about my powers at this game. I think the Bath Lady is able to go far enough. I often find this with Bath Ladies, they have a very disappointing walking range for some reason. Never truly understood why. Put her down here then. She doesn't have access to water if I put her there, but... that can be sorted. Can it? Maybe what I need to do is put you over there. I just need one of them to make the loop, but like I'm saying, she is completely failing to make the loop. Granted, it is a large loop to make, but I always find bathhouse walkers let me down in tremendous ways. Yeah, we have a big desirability problem here. The Hippodrome and the Colosseum are both causing a severe lack of desirability in this area. That's not even close enough to reach you. So we need ideas here. Having my own personal villa right here would solve some problems. Some problems. Might not be enough though. Might be that what I want are a couple of oracles here and here. Having a lot of large statues back here would also help, but I've gone and kind of crushed myself in with the Senate. I don't need a Senate, is worth remembering. This might be a bit extreme, but what I can do is kill off the Senate, replace it with an incredible amount of oracles, and the oracles themselves can be backed by large statues, and that is going to take care of a few things. Well, once you get the Academy, okay, the Academy person isn't making the rounds, but that is a solvable problem. What's your problem? No library. The library's right there. What? They'll figure it out. Actors were considered extremely undesirable people in ancient Rome. Ah, fascinating. Whoa, how did you get so much pottery so quickly? Don't tell me I'm accidentally importing pottery. No, I am not. You did do a good job of getting lots of it fast. Suspiciously fast, even. Now we're talking. We've got ourselves our first grand villa. I was worried about this. The hospital can't actually make it far enough now. And I can slam down a hospital over here if I truly want to. Or I could just have another hospice. He's thinking pretty hard. Because the theatre is already right there. Yeah, Yeah, I think I made this loop slightly too large so that a lot of walkers can't make their way around it, meaning I have to double down a lot of the buildings that I'm putting down. But that is just a mistake that I've made and have to live with. And I can live with that. Oh, I don't want you there, though. Given the aforementioned problems with people not walking far enough, that's certainly not where I want you. How do we solve this hospital problem? These hospital horrors, if you will. I'll just slam you over there and hope that you walk that far. To that effect, I can also move this hospital over here for better coverage. That should take care of that. So, about that wine. This is a little expensive, but let's do it. Let's say wine import is on. And on top of that, since I got rid of my Senate, well, only temporarily, surely the Senate can happily be moved to right here. Not satisfied with that for taxation reasons, though. We need yet more taxing going on, so I'm going to put an additional forum over there. And an additional forum over here. Gotta make sure these people get taxed until they cry, and then tax their tears. Still not happy, but some additional gardening can help with that. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, desirability here can be pretty tough. I've done all I can. You're getting pretty big. I love to see it. Now, palaces themselves give off a little bit of desirability, so it's possible if I get another palace here, that'll be enough for you. It's also possible that it's not enough for you, but let's see what happens if I just garden this up a touch. Are you going to devolve from there? No. Alright, I might have caught you in just the right position there then. I can aid things with an additional oracle. I love it when Patrician areas come together like this. It just feels so good. You know what, I think it's high time I had my own little abode here. Is Grand Villa 2x2? No, the Patricians go 3x3, then 4x4. What we have here is a large palace, the penultimate housing, and it's 4x4. A small palace is going to be tough to bring up. Tough, but not impossible. You're going to be like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, Almost good enough, almost. Getting the final chunk of desirability over to you is proving to be very difficult. Let's ask ourselves, do you need to be there? You cover just about everything that I need. If not everything that I need. Especially since you can do that. And get rid of you. And slam down a large stack. It just kind of becomes a puzzle at this point. Good. Don't devolve on me. Alright, that's very close. But I like that. I like that a lot. I did destroy my bathhouse that way, but that's okay, because I can undestroy it by simply moving this back a bit. Alright, sweet. And despite the costs of importing all that wine, we are making the money off of these guys' taxes. He likes it. Of course, getting desirability over here is going to be a similarly difficult issue. Alright, oh god, even here as well. I think I've left myself a lot of work to do in terms of getting desirability up. Shame on me. this is actually a slight problem. If I block you off, can I do something like that? That actually doesn't do what I need it to do. But this might. So there's this little thing, if I ignore these bridges, imagine they weren't there, this little guy pops out and walks here for a wee bit, and that's all well and good. I can even extend it out a little bit if I want, so he actually does a bit of walking. But if there was no path to the road to Rome, to this walking part, he wouldn't come out. And then these guys would stop being placated and then they'd tear down my city. So it's actually important that I keep a path to the road to Rome for this guy. Which I do technically have. Good. This is a problem, this is a big problem. I don't know how I'm going to get the desirability here, or if I even can. I don't think I can. Even if I gardened all of this up. It'd grow a wee bit, might even grow quite a bit. That's as far as it goes. Yeah, although I left myself space for a a luxury palace, don't think I can get it high enough. Oh, right, there we go. These guys are happy to become luxury palaces if I just give them a gladiator. That feels like playing with fire. Had no idea the Northern Irish could be so easily placated. I just needed to unify them with the rest of Ireland. Speaking of which, though, this area needs a bit more Patrician. Guys are proving to be difficult to bring up even further. If I expand you further, you'd probably just retract due to lack of desirability. Actually, we lost bathhouse access of all things. Probably because I let this bathhouse go and crumble. Right, these sorry buggers don't know what hit them. As I mentioned from the outset, I did not anticipate this map being difficult, and indeed it is not proving to be difficult at all. But a nice way to ease myself back into playing Caesar 3, because I intend on coming back to this game for a wee while. How much for a wee while? I'm not yet sure. Alright, let's just take the risk. Here's a gladiator school. But if they ever decide to revolt on me, let's make sure that we got prefects plenty to take them down. I'll just have loads of prefects wandering around here. Because yeah, the one place they would level is my Patrician block. So the Celts, they form, they want Britannia back. They send in the chariots die. They send in their Celtic warriors. Their Celtic warriors die. Although some flee. Who are our cowards here? McCaig, Modesty, Double J, Salty Scott, and Jabita. I found a way to edit the names of characters in the game. Of course, I have since forgotten how to do so. I need to go and put in all the names that people have put in for NPCs in games. So I want to say thank you, says Korgs. This is my favorite game back in the late 90s. Okay. Brings back so many memories. The music is so nostalgic. Yeah, I mean, I adore this game. Nothing wrong with actually just having a couple of grand insulae here now to think of it. I think it sets a nice look that we have some well-lived plebes to take care of them as well. Back in the day, I didn't think that Patrician buildings gave labor. Of course, now I know better, but back then I did not know that. Villa fits here nicely. If you get a barber, for some reason the barber's not coming over here. Easily fixed, but do I want to fix it? Ah, it's no big deal to just slam you down here. Have another doctor as well, that's how nice I am. Actually saw the doctor, I want a prefect. Just in case. Scared to death of those, Oh, that looks good. That looks very good even. Excellent, but they're way too crowded. That's alright, you'll figure that out. You are the harder one to suss out, though. Can I bring you up just a wee touch? Maybe. Problem is the academy. If I replaced this academy with a large statue, you'd be hunky-dory. There is a slight idea that goes like this, which may work, it may not. I do that, you evolve, and then I replace you with a school. Sometimes you can trick them, because there are thresholds for desirability, and if you reach the threshold, you can go slightly down from it and be okay. Hey, look at that! Excellent! All these patricians gathered around the glorious Circus Maximus. Nice, I like it. I maybe even like it a lot. Do I like it enough to try and get some more patricians? Patricians are good, but more patricians are better. I think I can shove another one down here. I'll give it a go. The smell must be horrid living here. They're Romans, they don't mind the smell. What was the alert that I just got? Price of iron went down and the Emperor requests oil! Wow, finally a reasonable request from the Emperor. I'll give you your oil. He has not been very reasonable this whole game. I want to check my demographics and make sure no one's living in squalor. Would you look at that? Here are the small casas. We have a few in the industrial sector. Here are the small insulae. We have those in northern England. Here are the grand insulae. We have those in southern England, greater London area. And our glorious patricians, the Irish. The Irish know how to live at large. Oh, hey, TBW. Ever the pleasure. I can actually rein back on my grains now. I don't need quite so many. It was just a teething problem to get them this far. Well, you know, well, I do like having more wheat rather than less wheat. Scotland is a waste. Think of it more of a nature reserve. That said, I do still need 3,000 more population. They have to go somewhere. I could just make Scotland full of shacks. Nasty looking large shacks. From well water. And I think my prosperity would easily handle it, given all the luxury palaces and grand insulae I have. Maybe I will do that. Horrible shacked up Scotland. Nature reserve where Young and his family can roam free. Why do you have grain here? I think that was a mistake. It should be shoved into the granary at some point. Sometimes cart pushers can, for some reason, put things into the accidental location. Don't need this much wine production. Okay, so far so not bad. With this. A lot of my trade fleets are very unhappy because I don't sell to them anymore, but why would I sell to them? Let's check our taxes. Look at that. 13,000 dollary dues coming in through taxes so far. Well, just December. But it'll go up because the luxury palaces are not even half full. This one's only 22 occupants out of 200. As they fill up, they will pay more taxes, and as I like to say, that is my favourite kind of taxes. There we go, that should be all the desirability that you're going to need. I always find it looks a little ugly when you just spam your large statues like this, but in such a tight location it's very hard to get my desirability up any other way. A little perturbed that you're not getting enough religious access, though. You've got Ceres and Neptune, but I don't think Venus is coming over.
This city is a reasonable place.
Venus should come over. There should be Venus on our way right now. Oh, no. Well, ain't that a bit of a pain for you? But that's alright. Easily solved by having another temple. Who is least patronized? We want a small one to Mars and a large one to Neptune. So let's start with a small one to Mars right about here. they'll come and hopefully eventually walk over here and boost you up. And then you'll be a glorious luxury palace like all the rest. I'm happy gameplay-wise with how it's turned out. I'm a little unhappy with how it looks aesthetically. It's such a mess. You can tell it wasn't planned. But often it takes me coming back to a city and remodeling it for it to look truly beautiful. And I do have a collection of cities that are both functionally and aesthetically real works of art in this game. The thing is, I mostly don't. Well, I don't do those on stream at all because it's like 10 hours of just sitting around tweaking a city. But I find it very relaxing, so it doesn't bother me at all. Can we get you up to Luxury Palace here whilst we're busy slaughtering Celts? What were the Celts doing out of Britain anyway? Caesar's letter told me this city was besieged. He's not wrong, but this is hardly do or die Full Metal car. Could you share those pictures in the Discord channel? I would love to see them. Well, you know what? Why do pictures? We can do better. Oh man, I got a lot of them here. Which ones look really good? Very Little Lamb. Oh no, this doesn't look good, but it's an amazing little pocket city. Come to think of it, didn't I do all of this on stream? Yeah, I think I did. I ended up burning this down to build tents in order to squeeze out the finish line, but I do like this one. What else do I have here? All That Glitters. Fairly large and spread out map. It was hard to have any big population center, but some of it's really good. In particular this here. Cliff-dwelling patricians, which get services on both sides of the cliff because people have a range of 2. They're able to take this, a chariot maker, pushes out a chariot that comes around here, and that still gives these guys hippodrome access. Had an earthquake here, of course. Some very tenuous stuff. This was such an awkward map to build on. But boy, did we make something that worked out really well here. Big focus on Meacham Insulae. I don't normally go to Meacham. I usually stick at Small Insulae. Why I went to Meacham, I do not remember. Which one's really... Oh man, I loved what we did with a toll on taxes. This city had no tax income, but you still had to get 100 prosperity. So again, we have a whole load of grand villas up on the higher ground, looking down on all their little plebes. Everything is small casa and grand villa, as I recall here. Boy, this is another map made by Illustra John. He makes amazing maps to play on. Well, it looks really, really good. Preferably something that isn't huge. Ah, Lutetia! Lutetia is a career map, and I really wanted to make a nice enclosed city here. So we've got plebe region over here, plebe region over here, better plebe region, and then we've got a nice line of Arc de Triumphs around our grand villas. God, I love making cities like this, but this is an investment. I had to sit down and think and tweak and spend a lot of time just making things work just right. Little things like, oh, the school isn't quite covering everything, so delete school, move school here, fill in these gaps with desirability. Stuff that I don't think is very fun for me to do on stream because it's very scuttery. But when I just sit back and relax, I think I actually made this on a train ride. I think I did this on my train ride through Croatia? That feels about right. I remember doing this on the train somewhere. I think I even took a photo of myself doing this on the train. But yes, this was made during my Euro travels. Love it. I usually post these on the Caesar 3 forum, but I don't usually... I don't remember. Anyway, this isn't what I'm doing right now. Let's get back to Not So Great Britain. Get everyone back to their walls. And to be honest, we've won this map. Though I do want this thing to evolve fully. I should be able to do that with a single large statue, which I then delete because I don't want to keep it. Wait, that isn't enough. Come on, don't let me down. There we go. Now, can I get rid of those and have you not devolve? Nice. So there we go, the glorious patricians of Ireland. Not just Northern Ireland, it is Ireland. Although maybe the Irish in Republic of Ireland feel that they're getting the raw end of the stick here. They have to house the industry, the food and all that. Very good. Alright, who will live in Scotland, chat? Will they live in shacks, hovels, casa, insulae? What do we make them live in? Because Scotland, and I suppose the very top of England, is the only untouched bit of land that we have, and we need to shove about 3,000 people in there. I'm not doing them in tents, right? I will not do that to my people. Shacks is too nice for them. Shacks don't even get running water. They have to dig their little holes for water and slurp it out of the mud. On top of that, I think comparatively this is the most dense in terms of natives thinking that it's their own land. Native Scotland, native Aberdeen, native Ayrshire. Insulae, Jake, you're too much of a coward to put your patties there. You think I couldn't put patricians up in Scotland? I totally could, I just won't. That's Glasgow, not Ayrshire. Yeah, I know. Wouldn't Glasgow be further south than this? I thought Glasgow was due south of Edinburgh slightly. Well, it's of no real consequence, is it? Right. I'm just thinking about how we do this logistically. They might be Scots, but they still need to be fed. They're going to be fed a hearty diet of fish. Gonna get nowhere if I don't mission post you up. I'll get rid of any risk of you coming and getting me. How about you buggers? Bum, 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 bum. Oh, no, that is wrong. I absolutely don't want him getting lost on those stairs, so let's not have that cross the stairs. Let's make sure we've got a walking route up to Scotland. I think they'll look best if they live in shacks, so despite what chat might have been saying, we're going to shove them into disgusting looking shacks. Even though hovels might be a bit more thematically accurate. Need them to eat, though. That should be sufficient on the food front. More than sufficient, really. That's kind of overfeeding my Scots. A common problem in Scotland. These guys don't have far, don't need to go far, so if I shove the granary over here, have you connect up like so, loop you around. Alright, that seems agreeable. Means I don't need this little road out here, although I do still need you in general. I'd actually be better on my space if I migrated you slightly. Like so. It's alright, you can go a little bit of time without placating your natives, just don't go too long or else they're going to tear down your everything. Bum ba da bum bum bum. Alright, there we go, the majestic forests of Caledonia, away they go. Can we get across here with a wee little bridge, though? Not liking this. Bombs. But I think we could get up here if I forewent that. Alright, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to forego one of these in favour of having a wee bridge. Up to, all the way to John O'Groats. Alright, there we go. Nothing's too good for my people. So I start facing some slag for only focusing on northern Scotland. Yeah, this is no man's land. Still only interested in mergers, though. If it don't merge, I'm not interested. Thinking about it, this isn't arable land. I could actually just look for mergers, but I won't. $3,000 people needing to be fed here. Could be an issue. Could also not be an issue. Well, it's not quite 3,000, it's more like 2,500 at this point. And there's still room for more people here. 100, 250, 350, 450, 500, 600, 700, 800... It's almost 1,000, so really... I don't have many people to shove up here at all. This will definitely be enough food then. Yeah, definitely. What gives me such reason to be optimistic? So I definitely don't think this map is balanced to be difficult. And that's okay. Not every... and this is hard to stress on my channel. Not every map has to be an exercise in getting me killed. That said, this is a lot of Pajama Wars. This is what I mean. They diamond up. They become an incredibly dense pile of Pajama Warriors. And they just punch through your army. However, I do have a lot of army for them to punch through. So they don't quite make it. They die in droves. And the ultimate way to deal with those Pajama Warriors is have Legionnaires. The problem is Legionnaires are slow, and those guys, as you saw, are lightning fast, so position is very difficult. Well, can be very difficult. That also stemmed my migration for an unpleasant amount of time. These people are also going to be very unhappy at being taxed, so I'm going to drop taxes down, at least until I'm able to feed and... Hang on. No, there's no real fishing spot, and the ships can't get around here, can they? I was contemplating doing some fishing around here, but no, there's no fish to be had. As we all know, the Hebrides are not a place that one can go fishing. Funny, this is going to annihilate my prosperity. Oh well, it's all the more reason that the non-mergers have got to go. Fine, now the prosperity will come back very quickly. Every map needs Marocs. Oh man. To those uninitiated, Marek, a Caesar 3 mapper. He made a bunch of maps, and one signature he had on his maps was he would place tiny little 1x1 rocks. They cannot be removed, and they completely get in the way of your city building. And they are extremely aggravating, because you think, la-di-da, I'm just building up. Oh, no, this single rock has gotten in the way and ruined my entire block plan. And he just does that to hurt you, and he knows he does it to hurt you. Man's a monster. He needs to be stopped. Okay, I think we timed this all right for not completely annihilating my prosperity. It's at 92, and it might even grow right now. Normally when you build a lot of new buildings, it shrinks. There we go, up to 100. An indicator of my glorious skill level here. Can't remember if I already deleted all of those or not, but it's neither here nor there. The whole point is just to build up as much housing as I can. I shouldn't block anything.
Down with the governor! The governor clearly doesn't care about me, so I'm gonna show him how I care about his city.
You're very welcome. They're unhappy because they're not fed, taxes are high, and I already have patricians, so they think that I'm treating some people considerably better than I'm treating them. They're not wrong, but I'm not willing to admit that they're right. But all we're going to give them is religion. From this giant temple. Who needs a giant temple? Mercury does. Mercury is my least favorite giant temple. I just think it looks kind of ugly. But don't tell Mercury I said that. Mercury rains fireballs down on you if you anger him. He can't handle the banter. We were talking about banter earlier, and Mercury just can't handle it. There we go. I'll start watering these people soon, but I want to make sure we've got all of our mergers.
The governor, clearly, if you want to know what cities look like when they burn, watch carefully.
You can get riots if you let that go. I have never, in all my time playing Caesar 3, I've never had a riot. But some people just manage to make the riots happen in this game like crazy. It's impressive to see at times. Yeah, I think this is going to be enough for all my people, but we're getting somewhere. Up to 7,000 now. Would you like to merge? You would not, okay. Wow, none of these wanted to merge. Please have a change of heart. 2 of them wanted to merge. Alright, any more for any more? Shacks are far from perfect for what I need to do here, but that's what I'm doing anyway. Which is just making Scotland a very unpleasant place for everyone to be. Alright, wells. I very, very infrequently use them because they're really bad. They're undesirable. They give low-level water. But they're all these filthy Scots are going to get. And it's a good thing I'm not building a Sweden map. God only knows the horrors I'd be giving them. I built a pretty nice Norwegian map back in the day. Of course, many of them don't want to evolve because it's very undesirable here, but I can fix that with the power of the Oracle. Docks are incredibly... not docks, wharves are incredibly undesirable neighbours. So you do have to placate these people a fair bit with desirability. There we go. Hideous little shacks for hideous little Scots. After all, the trouble with Pictland is that it's full of Picts. Making Scotland, Scotland! Alright, not bad. At least this worked out really well. And to my immense credit, there hasn't been yo-yoing. Once I built these blocks, they've been stable. They've been ironclad this whole time. Well, we shouldn't say that word. Try not to go back to slay the spire. Not easy. Not easy to avoid going back, I mean. Let's make sure there's plenty of marketplaces to get the food going around. These Scots may not have many needs, but what they do need is to be fed and slightly watered. Very slightly watered. While Caesar demands his crushing amount of clay again. You're not getting the clay, have a Greek manuscript instead. Da-da-da-da. I saw you won as a Swede bot, so that game is as beat as it can get. Yeah, I'm waiting on the sequel. I am somewhat thinking about doing Endless Mode Slay the Spire, though. Because it has some interesting problems to solve. We ain't living with tents around here, getting your crummy shacks. Fish spread, man, it must smell really bad up here, and not just because it's Scotland. That's not fair, Scotland smells lovely. It might be constantly damp and horrible up there, but yeah, the sea breeze, the foliage, it all smells pretty good. I feel like we're not densely populated enough with Scots here. Get in your freaking shacks. Endless mode is terrible in my opinion. Playing endless mode with blight chests on gives you some nice problems to solve, and I like that. Now, if I were to do this, I want to do it seeded, because there are certain relics and cards that if you don't get them, you're just not going to win. So what I did was I fired it up, and what I did was I played it, but every time I got a relic reward or a card reward, I could just choose. I could just choose whatever. And I was able to make a build that would win. Oh no, oh no! I thought by waiting I would avoid any risk of this, but it seems our map maker wanted to throw a curveball towards the end here. Is there any downside to putting plaza everywhere? The only slight downside is that you cannot put an aqueduct over plaza. But then you just get rid of the plaza and put the aqueduct over a regular bit of road. Okay, so the only place I have gladiators is over here in my Patrician area. That's a problem. And they might destroy anything and everything in my Patrician area. I'm not sure if they're going to show up anywhere. At least I only have one gladiator school. Let's just get rid of it for now. I did build... Oh, here he is. There's Manius Electus. He's coming around to have a party. You go and just defend the area. Okay, well there is combat going on. It's hard to see. Alright, there we go. We've got stuff going on. Fortunately, I also have lion tamers, and the lion tamers will fight against the gladiators. So I might get away with this without any damage. Curious Victorinus decided to tear down my house in the middle of my street, and he's taken out the Senate. Oh, but it looks like the army is here. Took out one of my palaces. Put an end to that, please. Oh, and another palace. Oh, and all the palaces. Stop them! Oh, man. Okay, where are the rest of them? Are there any more for any more? Normally you get an event saying, huzzah, they're done. Where are the rest of those sniveling cowards? Okay, there we go. Revolt is over. Right, so I hate that event. Absolutely hate it, but I would always feel like a coward if I ever removed it, so I don't. Right, so what got removed here? There was a house here, a house here, a house here, and I can put the other one here and then evolve it later. And then my own house got destroyed. Glad they didn't take out the hippodrome. And I'm certainly glad they didn't take out my warehouses or my granaries. Now that would be a big hit. Who's that wee guy with the gladiator costume just below the hippodrome? No, we're fine. We're fine. Bah humbug. Prosperity's going to take a nosedive after that. So yeah, that's just one of the events that's it just kicks you over. Not much you can reasonably do about it other than... okay. I guess I've been ignoring my engineers around here. How ill-fitting for Scotland. Might as well be a natural disaster. But some people love that. Some people just love watching all that we've worked towards just get kicked apart. When I play games, city builders, I almost always just turn off natural disasters because I think they're the most unfun thing you can put in such a game. Take Banished, for example. Wonderful little colony builder. So many people tried to emulate what it did, and did it pretty well, I might add. But in Banished, you can get events like just a hurricane comes in and destroys your city. Or do you get wildfires? Yeah, but you can combat those with wells, so it's not so bad. Let's take the hurricanes then. So it's just like this big finger comes down and drags across your city, destroying everything. Who is that fun to? Because it's not fun to me. It's just, oh, I had great fun building this, now I get to rebuild it. No, it is not. And that's what the Gladiator Revolt is like here. Maybe I'll get a compelling reason at some point why natural disasters are good for city builders. Prosperity dipped to 85, that's not nearly as bad as I was expecting, but I think that's because this luxury palace survived and these two have come back to being glorious palaces quickly enough. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum. You guys gonna merge? You were merged before, weren't you? I guess not. Disgusting tents up in Scotland, but maybe I can bring my tax rate back after all. We need a Repair Ireland tax. It's your problem, you don't seem too happy with the situation. There we go. And now you can grow up big and strong. I put a little statue there to prevent it growing to a larger thing, because a house won't grow into a statue. It'll grow into a garden or a smaller house, but that is it. Boy, thank goodness the food and goods supplies didn't get destroyed by the gladiators. Grim. First time playing Anno 1404, after a hurricane destroyed 1.5 islands, it just restarted and deactivated disasters. Yeah, that's my go-to with natural disasters in games like these. Wouldn't the challenge be in rebuilding from that? The challenge should be in building, not rebuilding. Rebuilding is just a frustration, because you've already done it. What's the joy in doing it again? Or imagine you've built something really nice out of Lego, and then your brother comes over and he just steps all over it and kicks things over. Are you going to have the same fun building it a second time? No, you're just going to go and break your brother's legs. Caesar is once again demanding things that I'm unwilling to give him. Being way too fussy. Rebuilding is worse because some stuff might be there and you have to replace it together. It doesn't give you the same fun things to figure out. Alright, what is a little unfortunate is that's 1, 2, 300, 400... Wait, really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 people to go there. I think we're actually at the population goal if we just let them fill in there. And possibly build a few more lovely Scottish shacks. That's all anybody ever really wants, is their own little Scottish shack. They can even have waterfront shacks. And this should be sufficient to feed them all as well. Natural disasters are fun if you can play in a way to prevent them, or prevent damage to the city. Yeah, if you have ways of mitigating, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's fine, and now we can do our little trick that we did before, which is to remove this school, replace it with a statue. Then remove the statue. What are you waiting on? Ooh, I wasn't satisfied with that. I guess I could get rid of this as well then. That should do it. And then hopefully you're happy enough with having your bathhouse back. If this isn't good enough for you, I'm actually going to be a little miffed. Oh, it's not good enough. Why? What has changed? Something has subtly changed here such that I can't keep you good enough with just that statue. Let me try this. The all-powerful Oracle will certainly boost you up. Oh wow, it doesn't. That's funny, but also... What has changed? Truly I do not know. I can't make him happy with the statue right here because the statue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only has a range of 5, so it's not close enough to get ya. Could I do this? And would the reservoir still reach where I need it to go? It still barely reaches that. Okay, I think everything is reached. The bathhouse still gets water access. Oh, you did not like that. You really anti-liked that. And things only got worse from there. Come on, Operation Fix It. Mistakes have been made. Seemed like it was good, but it wasn't good enough. Maybe all the bodies lying in the streets is hurting the appeal. I can see that. Come on, grow back into what you were once before. Still not good enough. Which is funny, because this should be deterministic. And that worked before replacing that school with a statue. Maybe I need to get more extreme. Replace the academy with a statue. And then bring back the academy. Nah, doesn't like it. What is missing? I do know one thing I can do to sort it out, but I don't want to use up my triumphal arch on this. Here we go, I have 1 triumphal arch because I helped out. Did you replace the gladiator school? I did replace the gladiator school. There's no missing plaza. What is wrong? I have a bit of an extreme idea. I'm going to get rid of these. I'm going to put down roads, and I'm going to put down triple plaza. Bang. Okay. Not satisfied with that enough. Okay, what if I also put this down as plaza? And what if, in addition to all that, I do my little statue trick? That might be enough. So close. So close and yet so far. Here's another question. Can I get away with just removing that bathhouse? It depends on how far this bathhouse lady walks. If she does the loop, then I'm good. I think I'm good. Yeah, definitely good. Alright, that's what I'll do. You don't win this time. There we go. I will force you to live in the nicest house possible. So fortunately the bathhouse lady here was able to do the full loop, so I can get rid of that now superfluous bathhouse. Alright, there we go. And that distracted us long enough, perhaps, to go and destroy all these disgusting looking tents from Scotland. They did not want to merge easily. I think if and when I come back and really do this place up nicely, it'll be... give you Neptune because it's the Hebrides. I'd certainly want to do this up nicer, but I felt it more thematic just to fill Scotland full of shacks. This I'm pretty damn happy with though. And actually managing to squeeze all of my industry into Cornwall is quite impressive. These kind of elongated stretches of land, not easy to build on. Rocks in the way, water on all sides. But I absolutely did not want to have any of my building on Calais. This was meant to be the British Isles. Not the British Isles and chunks of disgusting mainland. Keep the no man's land here.
I've been thrown out of my home!
Yes, you have. Alright, if that's the case, then I should be able to save game and speed up to victory. Should, he says. Donk. The line doesn't have the same impact if it's not Nikki. Yeah, you are right. In a way, we all miss Nikki. Sadly, immigration can take some time with the palaces, because they just get their immigrants coming in one at a time from the road to Rome. Hopefully I didn't lower my taxes, did I? Yeah, absolutely not. The Scots don't pay tax, so I wouldn't get anything out of these shacks anyway, but everybody else is certainly paying tax. We can look at commerce tax income. The Grand Insulae are paying me 176 each so far this year. The Small Insulae, 117, so that's a fairly hefty difference. 191 versus 117. Big difference in taxation. But these guys... this one's only half full. This one's completely... no, not even completely full. Okay, none of them are full, but they're still paying me hefty amounts of ducats. And that's what you want, those glorious Patrician dollars. If only we could tear down that bridge. Settle for an enormous army on hand. Yeah, destroying this bridge would actually destroy my entire city. I might do that at the very end, because it's always cathartic to destroy what you've built. Ooh. Ooh, man. That's funny, Rome wants more weapons and an army. I could actually give him those weapons. He wants 36 and I have 33. What's with these awkward numbers, Kaiser? I will give myself another workshop full of weapons to satisfy your incredible needs. There you go. I won't give you my army until I've been attacked, though. Just in case it's a huge army that would destroy me. I could build some more houses to squeeze over the population, but I'm confident that I have the space for the population. Look at that, I need a little under 300 people. And I've got space for 80, 70, 86... No, I'm reading the wrong one. I got 120, 126, 114. So we've done this map except for the culture. And that's good because I can explain why I really don't like culture as a... well, even as a mechanic for this game. I try not to be too critical of games that are old. This game does a lot of things very right. That's a lot of Celts. And they're still coming? Okay, right, well. They're gonna kill my traders on their walk home. That's a fun part. Bridges are really good for you defensively, though. They just bring in your enemies single file into your killing floor. And not only do we have the ballista firing, the ballista kill almost anything in one hit.
We'll do our best, but even Roman soldiers will find it tough to defeat this enemy. We'll do our best, but even...
Good luck with that. Sentries never normally talk. They don't in vanilla, but Julius fixed that. In vanilla, they all had voice lines, but none of them would trigger. Same for the prefect. The prefect has voice lines as just like normal people, but you don't hear them in vanilla because he's just saying no sign of crime.
I've never seen so many people out of work.
But in this one, they do speak. go. Glorious victory for the Romans. The British Romans. I guess we're the Britons now. Maybe they're unhappy about my treatment of Scotland. This is why Scots learnt how to make whiskey. I bet they're even showing up demographically, right? Yeah, there we go. Disgusting, stinky, shack-dwelling Scotland. Still got 100 prosperity though, because the Irish are just so advanced. Long time coming, kowtowing to the Irish. We'll say though, if I could squeeze in another shack or two, it would speed things up a touch. We sure we don't have space for any over here? Bum 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 bum. Oh, right, didn't I promise Caesar an army? Oh, I don't think they're going to reach in time. Send them off anyway. That could actually be a big problem. If I don't reach in time, Caesar's going to be very unhappy with me. It's going to take more than a few Egyptian slaves to make it up to him. Slightly more than a few. But yeah, this game has all of its challenge, if we can call that, very late-loaded, not front-loaded. I don't know what the term for that would be. But the invasions got big way too slowly. Again, I'm just speaking for me, right? I have a lot of experience with this game. I could have come in and really tweaked up the difficulty on this myself. I was really mostly interested in the layout of the map. But I just wanted to see what the map maker had on offer. Where's our army? There's our army. Marching to relieve a city of the Empire. I think they're going to save Serene. Does it say? I think it said here, but I dismissed it. Yeah, I think we're going to save Serene. Shouldn't be a problem. And now we're only 100 shy of the goal. Hey, we made it! There we go. Raced all the way from Britain to North Africa to save the Empire. Which means we have a second triumphal arch that we could put down. Again, I'm going to save those for if I come back and really fancify up the city, because I'm already getting ideas of how I could fluff it up. But you know, while this stream has taken 4 hours, that would take maybe 10 hours. And be very scuttery. Alright, population 8955. And it goes up 4 for each immigrant. We can see the immigrants coming in one at a time.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Don't know who you heard that from, because we actually have 15% unemployment. Seems rather high. What's current British unemployment at? I think it's between 6 and 8%, but I could be wrong. Also, the numbers are beyond cooked, so... Oh, but we don't count this group because they are, I don't know, too young to be considered unemployment. You know, 25 is too young for that. Okay, very good. This map is beaten. But Jake, you didn't get the end credits or anything. Well, that's because of culture, and culture is dealt with in a few ways. Well, let's look at it and talk about it. So culture, you get a rating. And the rating is divided up into how good your coverage is for religion, theatres, and education buildings. So you get up to 10 points if your academy coverage is perfect. Up to, forget if it's 30 or 20 for libraries and schools, relatedly. I think it's another 30 for theatres and a bunch for religion. Honestly, I can't really remember all the numbers. All I truly remember is that they are not important. So what I will do is I will thump down a bunch of oracles so I can be certain that we've hit it with religion. And after oracles, you tend to do theatres. And it doesn't even matter if the theatres have plays or not. The game just goes, do you have all these theatres that are staffed? If so, well done, you have culture. It's such a brain-dead calculation in the game. The only thing that comes close to thinking is actually putting the buildings down such that they get labour. So I'm going to put these down, pass a month and see how my culture is. It'll probably still need a bunch of libraries after that. So look at that. Theatre is excellent. A few more and it'll be perfect. And you really do want it perfect. How about religion? 20 oracles. An oracle does 500 people, so that's 10,000, so we're good on that front. So if I just slam down a couple more theatres. Life will get a little easier if I just curve this thing around. Theatre, theatre, that should be good. And then if I focus on libraries, I'll be pretty much Peter Perfect. And this is why I said before doing this, because I certainly don't want my city to be ruined visually by having all these culture spam buildings. Oh yeah, I've got space for culture spamming right here. Where's that going to take me? It updates at the turn of the month. Oh, took me high enough. Well, don't mind me. Really, 3.8? I don't believe that for a second, Decoy. You could make this map a fair amount more difficult by adding more natives. True, true. But also not true. That brought my culture up to a nice round 70. Excellent. So yeah, as I said from the outset, not a difficult map, but an enjoyable map, because I like ones that are based on real areas. It was great to get Bergen, and the one I have up my sleevey is... I think it's a game you have to load? Ooh, now I can't remember what it's called. Here it is. Carthago Restituit. This will be the map that I do next time, which I think will be next week. Another fairly sizable map, but extremely difficult from what we just had. It's a desert map. It is not completely covered in arable land, though it has plenty of it. Little thing about this map is that it has pre-positioned buildings that you cannot build yourself. So it already has its own Colosseum, and its own Hippodrome, and its own Senate. And I can build none of those buildings. In fact, this Senate is my only source of taxation. That's pretty interesting. It is here on Carthago. We have trade partners. They'll buy some goods. But I'll probably have to front load the selling so that I can build up patricians, or at least some high-level plebes, and start taxing them. Shape of some of this is very interesting. So this is that Carthage harbour that we all know. We do all know it, right? Do I want docks there? Do I want my wharfs there? How does the industry fit in? I could put my docks and wharves elsewhere, but then it's kind of far away from the population centre. Also, this is apparently a besieged map. So, is this an invasion point? Is this an invasion point? Is this an invasion point? I don't know for sure, but it's all giving me... I have enough space to set up defences accordingly. Quite a lot of building area, but not for free. These aren't Maddox, but they are little bits of elevated land that get in the way. Nice, flat, clear area, but it's going to be competing for some tucked away farmland. It's a really interesting map. I really want to sink my teeth into this one. And it looks challenging. We might start off with a lot of money, but I have it on good authority that Caesar wants that money back with interest. Earthquakes and gladiators rubbing their hands with glee. Was there an earthquake around 50 BC in Carthage? Probably, right? Anyway, really interesting map, so looking forward to sitting my teeth into this one. I want to talk a bit more about the map that we just played, though. So I'll go over to Great Britain. I mean, what is there to say about it that I haven't already said? What would I do to tweak the difficulty? Let me look at it as a blank map once again. British Isles. Admittedly, this is tweaked, but if we go... we can play the untweaked version. You'll notice there's practically no difference, except this one has native trading huts. Deleting them I don't think made a difference. We were making money hand over fist. So the economy was way too easy. No complaints about the layout of the land, except maybe... maybe Ireland could have been a little more difficult to build with. I know Ireland has some bigger lakes than this, but... I think Ireland probably shouldn't have had arable land. To add difficulty to building on Ireland, it shouldn't have had arable land. It already doesn't have very good fishing land, so if it didn't have good arable land, it would actually be a challenge to build on this. As it was, I could just slam my patricians on it and be done with it. But if I didn't have arable land, I'd have to be sourcing food for my patricians... gee, from where? Between Edinburgh and Glasgow, bringing that food over to feed the Irish, wouldn't that be a lark? Or maybe a little bit of Welsh food coming over, that would have been a nice difficulty spike. Maybe some more wolves? Maybe not having Calais be such an easy place to build on from the get-go. But that's just me, right? I want this map to be harder. I don't think the map maker wanted to make something truly difficult, and I did love this map. This is by no way a criticism. Great map. Criticisms I would have would be... oh, hang on, did this have... hang on. If we go to the assignment editor, I can load the map. British Isles, untweaked. Yeah, here we go. Where's the random events? Yeah, here we go. There were iron mine collapses. I turned those off. Never have this on. And for what it's worth, land trade problems not great to have on either. These random things are always just an annoyance. They don't add anything reasonable to the difficulty, except contaminated water. Contaminated water is annoying, but it's definitely a difficulty increase. You need to have perfect health if you don't want to get utterly raised, and even then, it can get around it. That change of empire didn't work. There's the Gladiator Revolt, and they set it for 21 years into the map. Savage. You're almost definitely going to have gladiators 21 years in. And they came and they tore down my poor Patrician block. Another thing are these massive goods requests. They don't add anything of value. These good requests came in too slow, and they were for too large amounts. These weren't meaningful at any point in the game, sadly. Could have done with some of the buildings being disallowed. It would be interesting if you couldn't build native pacification. That would be a good way to make Ireland more difficult, actually, if you couldn't build around these huts. But that can be frustrating in its own right. And how about those invasions? Here we go. Yeah, first invasion being local raiders is a bit rough, but it was long enough. We had way too much time to build up against these. This could have been a lot harder. But, as I'm saying and saying often, I want it harder, but perhaps they didn't want it to be so difficult. It was still a very fun map to play, and I got most of my fun out of building around the awkward shape of Britain. Kind of makes you wonder how we ever managed to settle there in the first place, or why we ever settled there. Why did anyone go to Britain? Such a miserable, miserable place. Just spent my past 2.5 weeks there, and I am glad to be back at Balaton. Anyway, that's it for Caesar 3 today, but that's not it for streams for today.